First, I'd like to welcome and introduce to you our newly appointed and reappointed regents. Michael Lewis on the end, please wave, Michael, is a newly appointed regent. Although he is no stranger to us or Texas Tech, he's been serving on the Foundation Board and our Investment Advisory Committee. John Walker also is a new appointee, although we're welcoming him back as a member of our board. And last but certainly not least, John Steinmetz has been reappointed, who has served on the board since 2011. We're glad to have each of you on the board as we continue to work for the investment of all our universities and our components. We now will conduct a swearing-in ceremony for our newly appointed and reappointed regents, and Regent Lancaster will administer oath of office. Regent Lancaster.
Y'all will join me.
I prefer to stand next to Walker.
Look how tall he is.
Steinmetz.
Y'all want to do this oath or just get your picture back? Just pictures?
Just pictures.
Okay, join me as we do this oath. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of the office of the Board of Regents of the Texas Tech University System of the state of Texas, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state. So help me God. There you go.
Chairman Long, may I have a moment?
Okay.
I would like to tell you how wonderful it is to have Regent Walker back, and I sincerely hope the curse of being the regent that replaced John Walker will now go away.
That's good. Michael, John, and John, again, we congratulate you. We would be pleased to hear from each of you. If you'd like to make a few remarks, and then if you have any family members, please introduce them. We'll start on the end. Michael.
Well, thank you. Obviously, I'm very pleased to be here. I went to Texas Tech and graduated in 1972. But prior to that, I grew up in Olney, and one thing I want to say, I went over and made a copy of the La Ventana from 1942. And on page 85 of the La Ventana is a gentleman by the name of Pfeiffer Lewis, who was my father, who was here from Olney, Texas also in 1942. He finished after the war with a degree in accounting. However, this is a picture of him in probably 1933, which would have been in the middle of the Depression. And the first time that he literally ever had, for lack of better words, indoor plumbing and electricity was when he came to Texas Tech University. His sister brought him here and dumped him out and said, "You're going to go to school," and he did. So I'm very grateful to honor my father by serving the university as well. It would be very important to him. It was one of the highlights of his life, but nevertheless, everybody didn't grow up in Dallas, Texas with a silver spoon in their mouth. And I'm grateful to Texas Tech for what it provided me from an educational standpoint, a work ethic standpoint, and a value standpoint. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to thank you and the other board members for the support during this process. 7 years ago, time flies. I thought I kidnapped the Lindenberg baby when I was appointed. But, this process has been much more enjoyable, and I will tell you, I'm so confident in the future at Texas Tech University system because of the leadership of Chancellor Duncan and our presidents. You all do an amazing job. Each of you standing in the back of the room, and I'm truly looking forward to working with each of you in the coming days and years ahead. So thank you for the opportunity.
Regents Steinmetz, there were people that thought you were the Lindenberg baby.
And he still may be.
Regent Walker.
Well, thank you. Well, thanks to many of you in this room that helped me get appointed again. And when you want to do something and for a 2-year period you're away, it's much more meaningful to come back. And so this is something I'm passionate about and emotional about. I tried to see if I could get the Steinmetz seat to try to clean it up. I found out from Ben that I'm actually following in the seat Larry Anders, who's a good friend and a person that I admire. Hopefully that I can carry on the great tradition of Larry in that seat. Similar to Michael, I grew up not very far from here. And in many instances, I say that I probably shouldn't be here. When you grow up without a father and at 302 Uvalde, and I think the most my mother ever made when I was growing up was $250 a month. And so we were blessed to get through some difficult times, and I've been blessed to have the opportunity to go to Texas Tech, which significantly impacted my life, and I'm here to serve. I don't remember the name of a single regent when I was at Texas Tech. And we go around talking, calling each other regent, pretty lofty title. I in fact think that we should maybe remember most of the students don't know who we are, and that's good. That means we haven't fired a football coach. But it means that that lofty title of regent, we need to have some perspective on it. And again, I think our job is here to serve. And what a great group to be back together again with. I feel like I've lost being with the team, and now I'm back with my friends, and it's really exciting for me.
Regent Walker had the line of the legislative session at their confirmation hearings. The topic campus carry came up. So they want to know if it's been a problem at Tech or if there's anything has changed. And John commenced to tell everybody that his whole body was a weapon. So he certainly was not scared.
That was under oath.
That was under oath.
Under oath.
Thank you, Chancellor. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, my.
Now that our regents have been duly qualified as members of the board, the Regents' rules call for us to proceed with the election of a board chair and a vice chair. I will ask Regent Esparza to present the report of the nominating committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The nominating committee, composed of Mickey Long, John Steinmetz, and myself as the chair, was charged with presenting the board a slate of recommended candidates for board chair and vice chair. The committee's recommendation is that Rick Francis be elected as chair of the board and that Tim Lancaster be elected as vice chair. And further, I move we proceed to elect the slate of candidates as recommended.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Please continue. That's your report. That's all.
That does conclude my report, sir.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations to Chairman Francis and Vice Chairman Lancaster. We're proud of you. For me, it's truly been an honor to serve with this board as their chairman. But the best part of this deal, I look so forward to being under Rick's leadership and following these two guys, because they'll do a great job, I promise you. Please give them one more hand, please. As the Regents rule, call for the newly elected chair and vice chair to take office immediately upon their election. Chairman Francis, the gavel is yours. We're changing seats.
Good luck, buddy.
Little housekeeping.
Little housekeeping, that's right. So I will tell you, I am deeply honored to be selected by my peers. 10 years ago, I served as the chair of this body, and I can tell you that since that period of time, it has amazing things have happened at Texas Tech, and a lot of really amazing things happened under the 4 years of this leadership. And I can't think of all the tenure I've had with so many great chairmen that have led us, but your tenure has truly been remarkable. Your leadership has been drama-free and has been such that this, I think all of us look forward to coming to these meetings and making a difference. So as a token of our appreciation, you get the big gavel.
Aren't you?
Big gavel.
So before we move on to the business of the day, I'd like to mention that we will use the existing committee assignments today, adjusted where necessary, with the new regents, John Walker, Michael Lewis, being free agents in today's committee. We kind of meet as a committee of the whole, and we'll make those assignments later. The board will now continue in open session and meet as a committee of the whole in a workshop retreat forum for strategic planning purposes. It is not anticipated that any formal action will be taken today as a result of these discussions. This year we are doing things a bit different than in the past. Today we will conduct a strategic planning retreat for two institutions, Texas Tech University Health Science Center and Angelo State University. Then here next May, the strategic planning retreat for Texas Tech University and the Health Sciences Center at El Paso will take place along with the system. I'll now ask Chancellor Duncan to get us started on our strategic planning reviews. Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you and Regent Lancaster on your recent appointment in leadership positions of this board. I look forward to a very productive and drama-free reign here while you are in these positions and advancing Texas Tech University to be the best system in the country. And with your leadership and the leadership of the rest of the board, I know we can do that. I also want to take a little bit of a personal privilege to say thank you to Mickey Long for the work that he did and the close attention he paid to details for the last 4 years as our chairman. I don't know of anybody that loves this system, both institutions, or all 4 institutions in the system, more than Mickey Long. And his dedication has brought us to what I think are very new and heights, and I think have launched us on a very strong future path. And so I want to say personally thank you to him for what he has done for this system and for me personally.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. I also want to say a little bit, you know, they're not here today, but Regent Anders and Regent Montford, I want to, if they're listening, and I'm sure they are, I'm sure they couldn't wait to listen, but I want to say thank you to the service that they gave to this system. Both of them gave many hours and were very attuned to details and things that were very important. So I want to congratulate them for their service and hope that we continue to see them from time to time and call upon them for advice should we, an area that they're interested in. Having said that, Regent Francis Chairman Francis kind of laid out the format. We're doing this a little differently this time because we really as we have observed our strategic planning process, of course, that's an ongoing process with our components in the system and with you. But every year we have a retreat, and the purpose of the retreat is for us to kind of bring all those things together, evaluate where we have been, but most importantly, evaluate where we're going to go and where we aspire to go. And so I think our chairman or our presidents today have, over the past several months, have done a lot of work in preparing for this meeting today. I also want to thank John Opperman, who's our Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, who has worked with them, and Daley Fuller on my staff as well. And the goal today is to generate conversation and dialogue about where you want us to go. And I think that's, I'm looking forward to a robust discussion about each of these institutions, and I look forward to that in the future. Some of the materials that you had in advance were the summary report from last year's retreat, which includes updates on priorities and progress, annual performance reports from Angelo State University and the Health Science Center, which shows how we did in fiscal year 16 on those issues, and also includes projections and future goals. Dr. Mitchell has his famous PowerPoint presentation, and so does Dr. May for you today as well. So we hope to spend this morning in useful dialogue, and I look forward to this as we go forward. I've asked our presidents that we concentrate our discussions on major initiatives and issues, future goals, the overall vision for their institution, and go beyond just reporting annual progress and limit our discussion on accomplishments so that we can spend more time on the future. So having said that, Mr. Chairman, I think we're ready to proceed. I think Health Science Center goes first. Dr. Mitchell.
You're up. Mr. Chairman, I was a little confused when I got here this morning initially. Saw a Bentley out front with a chauffeur get out and open the door, and you stepped out, and I didn't know why at the time, but now I do. Congratulations. I'm just kidding. Okay. In our pre-strategic planning meeting discussions, we had talked about focusing on things, not just where we'd like to see ourselves in 5 years, but as Regent Walker mentioned, down the road 10 years, 15 years, 25 years. And when you think of things in that, from that perspective, it really does help you to be clear about what the original intent was of the university as things were established and where you really want to see yourself as you go through that. So what I'm going to do, given the fact that we have a couple of new folks, one semi-new folk that are with us today, I'm going to run through and talk about who we are as an institution, and all the information that I'm about to show you, you do have in your handouts, but you will also see the recurrent themes in here of the things that former Chairman Long had asked us to do throughout this past year, and give you guys updates on some of the challenges that we were having, so that I hope this is a segue into a discussion about not only what it is that we are as an institution and what our goals are as an institution, but also what are some of the challenges that we will continually face, what are some of the areas that we're vulnerable on things, and what it is that we can do to improve those. So I'm going to run through this, and again, this information, you have all of this in your handouts, but I'm going to go through some of this information relatively fast. If you look at the mission statement of the Health Sciences Center, it's actually like the mission statement of most health-related institutions in the United States. There are three big things that every one of us do. We focus on education of healthcare professionals and scientists, we focus on research, and we focus on service. You can look at any health-related institution in the United States, and at the end of the day, those are the big three areas. And accordingly, as we were established as a university, when you think about what it is we're trying to do to pull people in, what it is that we're doing, from an educational research and service perspective, what are the criteria that people look for? They look for accreditation. And unlike general academics, in health-related institutions, we have innumerable accrediting bodies. We have, for example, just in our School of Health Professions, what we used to call allied health, we've got 20 different degree programs, and there's constantly somebody there to accredit you at some point or another. But that's one of the bedrocks of making sure that the education that you receive at an institution is the same regardless of where you go. There's a certain minimum standard that everybody will follow. Certification exam pass rates, whether it's in the School of Medicine, School of Nursing, health professions, pharmacy, doesn't matter. That's something that folks look at. They also look at the richness of your clinical training. This is something you're going to hear as a recurrent theme as I'm going through this, because the richness of your training environment is critical to the quality of the education you're providing these folks. Faculty members are one of the foundational pillars that you need for imparting information to the next generation of healthcare providers. Cost is one that Regent Steinmetz has spoken to passionately over the years, and it's something that we do a great job with at the Health Sciences Center. And then student specialty interest. If you have somebody coming into a health profession, whether they're wanting to be a primary care practitioner, whether they're wanting to be a researcher, those flavors of a university will sometimes dictate what it is and where it is they wind up going. In addition to these things that are the bedrock for everybody, there's also acceptance to the program. Now, it sounds a little bit antithetical, but one of the things that's really important for all of us to keep in mind is that our students, by and large, come from the top 10% of undergrads. So the students that we have at the Health Sciences Center, the students that are at the Health Sciences Center in El Paso, these are students that were at the top 10% from UTEP, Texas Tech, UT, A&M, Baylor. So these students apply to multiple institutions because it's so very competitive to get in. So the students that we have coming through are representative of the cream of the crop of general academics. In addition to that, one of the things that we discuss regularly is location, location, location. And the students, again, that are coming from elite parts of these classes that are applying to multiple places, they have their choice on where they're going to be. And then finally is the reputation. So what I'd like to do with this then is talk about things historically that have been positive at the Health Sciences Center and some of the things historically that have been negative at the Health Sciences Center. On the positive side, we have accreditation, certification pass rates, our faculty, our cost, student specialty interests. Those are things that we've done exceptionally well from the day the doors first opened. On the negative side, location, clinical rotations in hospitals, acceptance program, and reputation. And I'm putting all this in categories. I'm going to go through each of these things individually in just a minute to give you guys a feel for what it is that we try to focus on as we move forward, not just the next 5, but the next 10, 15, 20 years. When it comes to accreditation, as I'd mentioned earlier, we have accrediting bodies that are here with us all the time, not just for the academic side, but we also run as part of our university a very, very large business. We have a medical practice plan that is a large part of what we do day in and day out. So we have accreditors that are coming through on a regular basis, sometimes announced, sometimes unannounced. And so our accreditation standards are things that we take very, very seriously and that we're working on real time, all of the time. And at the end of this past year, the Joint Commission on Accreditation came through looking at our medical practice plan. This is the note that we got just last week. The Joint Commission is pleased to grant your organization an accreditation decision of accredited for all services surveyed. These are things that happen on a regular basis. We get a blue ribbon for this. This is something I'm very proud of because our folks are constantly staying on top of the business end of what we do because it's critical to our mission. Our Office of Compliance just had a visit from the compliance group from the Association of American Medical Colleges. This is the assessment that we had from them. Long story short with this, our compliance office does an outstanding job. The AAMC looked at it and said, we love the work that you're doing. You seem to be right sized for the organization. We like the way you have your reporting structure. Things look good with this. We get a blue ribbon for this as we move forward. Next week, we have our Liaison Committee on Medical Education. That's the big accrediting body for medical schools. This is one we take very, very seriously. The LCME, as they come through, this is by no means a rubber stamp. Baylor College of Medicine, wonderful school. They've been put on probation by the LCME. UT Health Science Center San Antonio, a few years back, was put on probation by the LCME. So they take their job very seriously. We take this seriously. We've had people preparing for this for the last couple of years, getting ready for this site visit. All of you know that we're also in the preparatory phase for our SACS reaccreditation visit. This is important not only to us, but to HSC El Paso as well, because this is the one where we're splitting them apart according to SACS. So we have a lot of irons in the fire when it comes to accreditation at all times, and it's an important part of our ongoing function as a university. Certification pass rates, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this because we do so well. In fact, we have some of our programs that they've had 100% pass rates now for so many years. that it's almost like you would wish somebody, just one kid, wouldn't pass it, so you wouldn't have to keep this streak going. We definitely get a blue ribbon when it comes to our certification pass rates for our students. Faculty, this is one that I'm exceptionally proud of, because our faculty, from the inception of this university, they are the bedrock of what we do. AAMC, Association of American Medical Colleges, our School of Medicine faculty ranked the first in the nation, best amongst their peers for faculty satisfaction. We had an 82% overall faculty satisfaction rate, where faculty were either highly or very highly satisfied with the work they do, relative to 65% as a national average. Our faculty members enjoy what they do, and it shows in the product of what we do with our kids. We get a blue ribbon for that. Cost, Regent Steinmetz, is something near and dear to your heart. If you look at the U.S. News and World Report rankings from this last year, we're among the most affordable public medical schools in the United States, which means amongst the most affordable medical schools, because the private schools are more expensive. And in fact, we rank number 3 for the least expensive public medical school in the United States with our current tuition and fees. Now, in all fairness, if you look at the top 10, 6 of the top 10 were Texas schools. The state of Texas does an exceptional job when it comes to providing a great education for students at a very inexpensive cost. We definitely get a blue ribbon for the cost that we charge our students at the Health Sciences Center. Student specialty interest, this is another thing, and it gets to what Regent Walker had been talking about, where we need to be 10, 15, 25 years from now. Our charge from the 61st legislative session back in 1969 was to produce Marcus Welbys, and that was the word that was used by the Undersecretary of Health, Education, and Welfare at the time. We need Marcus Welbys. We need well-trained, exceptionally well-trained primary care providers. And this is an article that came out in Modern Healthcare, which is a very wide-read periodical that comes out for the medical community. This is from November. Texas Tech's admissions officers look for students for the Family Medicine Accelerated track who eventually want to practice in small towns which face a shortage of qualified doctors willing to locate in their communities. The FMAT program has graduated 31 students since its inception in 2011. People look to us nationally for what we're doing for helping to solve the primary care shortage in the country. Now let's talk about the negatives. Location. Everybody here, you hear the story from Regent Lewis, from Regent Walker about growing up in this area. We know how good we are out here. When it comes to health-related institutions, however, this is 6th Street in Austin. This is downtown Houston. My son actually has an apartment overlooking this area. Not that I like that, but he does. This is the Uptown area in Dallas. This is the Riverwalk in San Antonio. This is the Seawall in Galveston. This is what our competition is. These are our peers in the state that our students all have applied to all of these places as well. Keeping in mind, these are students that are in their 20s, and these are things that they look at as well. So this is what we're up against regularly. Now, we know that we've got great things going on for young people in Lubbock, Texas. This is that rooftop bar across the highway there. We know that we have access to things like Palo Duro Canyon. We know that we have exceptional things going on at our campus at all times. We know that when people get out here, they truly enjoy their experience. However, when you talk to people in Dallas, when I was first mentioning that I'm coming out here, somebody looked at me and said, "You're moving to Lubbock?" And I said, "Yeah, why? What's wrong with it?" And he goes, "I don't know, I've never been there." This is what they think of. This is what we're up against when it comes to location. People are willing to have negative thoughts about this that have never even been out here or have only driven past here. This is a huge vulnerability constantly for the kind of work that we try to do, because the location is a challenge and always will be. Our facilities, our scholarships, our training programs, those are the things that make up what eventually becomes our reputation to get people to come out here. I've mentioned before, and this is something I've presented in previous board meetings, we've had an aging infrastructure and space limitations for growth. In fact, believe it or not, the building that we're in is approaching 50 years in age here in Lubbock. And same thing holds for campuses that we have everywhere. So these are things that we're in sore need of, not just uplifting and giving them a facelift, but really doing some things very, very differently. The technology that we're using to teach now is very different than it was 50 years ago. So even the way our classrooms are designed must be different. Scholarships, you've also heard me say this. We have a limited endowment for the mission that we're trying to put in place for the long term. We've been using operational funds to offer scholarships. We're happy to do that. That is not a long-term game plan. And so doing something to improve our endowment becomes critical. And then the rich training environment. This is critical for us. We do not own our own hospitals. We partner with hospitals. And one of the things, when we talk about clinical rotations in And so what that does is, from time to time, it makes them kind of plus minus on the educational aspect of what they're doing, especially in lean times. So as we constantly are negotiating with every single hospital where we have a presence, this is something that is a constant vulnerability for us as a university. Acceptance to program. Now I put on here acceptance to program as a historical negative, and then with that I'm going to lump these two together a little bit. When you talk about reputation, there's a difference between reputation and character. Reputation is what someone else thinks you are. Your character is what you really are. This is a photograph taken in the Saudi Peninsula, a satellite photo of camels walking across the desert there. And actually, when you really look at this up close, those aren't camels walking across, those are shadows that you see, and if you look carefully, the little lines below them are the camels. So the reputation is that shadow, it's what people think they're seeing. Character is what you really are. We have always known that people out here receive a top quality education. We had a retirement party just this past week for Dr. Lori Lutherer, who's been here since the inception. He was one of the first medical students back in the early 70s here. He became the director of the clerkship program, of the educational program, about 6-8 years into his stint here, and he used to send letters to residency programs around the country. How are our students doing? The letters he got back were phenomenal. You guys are sending us some of the best trained students we've ever had. We've always known that. One of the problems in West Texas is the no braggadocio. You don't tout how great you are, this and that. Part of our jobs, I believe, is to toot the horn for us, because our brethren in other parts of the state are not shy about doing that. And part of our job is to make sure people understand that we don't take backseat to anybody with what we do, because we are, with our students, we are that good. And I say that, no brag, just fact. U.S. News and World Report, our School of Pharmacy, only 20 years old, is ranked in the top third of pharmacy schools in the United States. I'm going to give them a red ribbon for that. Till they're number one, they get a red ribbon. Our School of Nursing, with our IPEDS data, is top 1% of U.S. universities and graduate nursing degree programs. They get a blue ribbon. When it comes to online nursing programs, they rank in the top 5% producing nurses. They get a red ribbon for that. Allied Health Sciences, health professions, top 1% of universities graduating health professions degrees, they get a blue ribbon. Online degrees, they're in the top 5%, they get a red ribbon for that. I mentioned our faculty with the School of Medicine, they definitely get the blue ribbon for that. And for us, when it comes to student satisfaction, I had mentioned this to y'all this past fall, we were ranked the #1 health-related university in the United States for student satisfaction this last year. As I mentioned then, but it's worth repeating, Harvard was ranked number 3, A&M was ranked number 8, UT was ranked number 15, Yale was ranked 21, Baylor College of Medicine was ranked 49. We don't get just a blue ribbon for that, we get the gold trophy for that thing. These are the things that we've done working quietly but diligently out here. This is the statement from graduate programs. Texas Tech University Health Sciences Center is the top rated school on our list with an incredibly high student satisfaction rating of 4.7 out of 5. Many reviewers commented on the strong community support, supportive professors. One reviewer wrote, "Really enjoy the atmosphere as it is collaborative and supportive." Another student highlights the great camaraderie among students and the faculty and staff invested in your success at the Health Sciences Center. We're very proud of all this. I say all of what I've just said as a prelude to what our issues are going to be as we move forward. This has been our vision statement for many years. We're actually going to change our vision statement. Our goal is not to become a nationally recognized health sciences center. We are, in many respects, the things we do, a nationally recognized health sciences center. Our goal is to maintain that status and to continue to seek excellence. We're actually going to be changing our vision statement accordingly. Now, what I want to do is go through areas where for discussion with us about our education, research, and service areas. And again, I hope this will be a springboard to what it is that we'll be talking about. Research and scholarly activity. You can see the big dip there when we split off HSC El Paso in 2014. But a couple of things I want you to look at. Total research expenditures for us with the red line, about $40 million is where we've been staying there for the past few years. If you look at the green line and the blue line when it comes to external research awards and total NIH awards, those lines have dipped down just in the last year. Our discovery research groups are few enough and far between that when we literally have one group leave, get recruited away, we can have a dip that we'll see like this. So one of the things that we're working to do is not only build out the baseline of our basic science researchers so that we have a pool of them that are larger, but more importantly, what we're trying to do is to make sure that our infrastructure and our culture is such that we grow more researchers in the system. One of the reasons that our NIH funding dropped off is that we're no longer qualified for what they call the R15 grants, which are made for smaller universities that have startup guys coming along. We're swimming in the deep end of the pool now, so we're swimming with the big boys. So with those grants, we're not eligible for some of the ones that we put into the NIH. So the way that you build the base out for this is we have an expectation that our faculty members will participate in research and submit grants. If you look at our grant submissions over the past few years, they've gone up significantly. And again, 2014 was the year that we peeled off El Paso. And if you look at the NIH grants, this past year they went down because we can no longer put in for R15s. Nonetheless, we're working to get our grant proposals in so that eventually, over time, you're getting the funding that goes with it. Another important part of this is to make sure that people publish. We have fabulous clinicians all through the university that just work and teach and work and teach and work and teach. We want them also publishing what they do. And so we have a clinical research institute that we put together several years ago, and the expectation is when they have clinical ideas, they work to get things published. And you can look at our publications over the last several years, they've been stepping up consistently with that. We've also worked to make sure that we help to fund internally some of the things they're doing. All of you are aware of the work that we do with the presidents and the chancellor for seed grants for people that are interested in putting together research programs. That's been extraordinarily successful for us. So the funds that we're putting together for them are great. The idea with all of this is to make sure that we're putting in the base so that eventually we can bring up everybody to the point that the culture at the Health Sciences Center is that everybody participates in scholarly activity. This will be a large focus of our new Senior Vice President for Research. We really lost a lot of momentum in November when Dr. Michael Kahn passed away unexpectedly because he'd done so much great work in this regard. Service to our communities. This is the number of patients we're seeing through the medical clinic, and this becomes a critical part because that's over 550,000 people that we're seeing in the Midwest Texas region through our clinics. Our service to our communities with our global health programs. You can see we've maxed out with faculty on what it is that we can do. So this is another area where we're going to eventually expand this so that our students can have more of an experience. With the legislature, we've been talking about the need for support for our rural health programs. These are the number of folks that have participated. These are students that we're looking to help. These are continuing education programs that we use in West Texas. These are the programs that we have to serve the populations that are not necessarily in Amarillo, Lubbock, Midland, Odessa, but some of the surrounding areas as well. And all of you know about our free clinic, and again, you can see with this, when I first started here, they were seeing about 800 people a year. We've saturated the load at the clinic to about 1,600 folks a year, but this is a great service to specifically the Lubbock community. And then our Larry Combest Center. Regent Lancaster is very well aware of this because one of the ways we've expanded our footprint so that we can serve more people is to expand the site into Abilene. So if you look at the number of patients we're serving through the Larry Combest Federally Qualified Health Center, it's picked up significantly. And with this, if you talk about challenges for our service programs, for all these rural health programs, you have vulnerable sources of funding. State money, federal money. A lot of times the state money is dependent, or the federal money is dependent on getting state money. So what we have to do is we've got to prove that it's beneficial through metrics. We have to look for other sources of funding as well. Space limitations for things like the free clinic and the Combest Center are issues. So we look to expand the space that we have and go to other sites. Faculty oversight limitation for things like our Lubbock Impact Clinic, the free clinic, our global health programs, our telemedicine programs. We're looking to do things with protected faculty time and even hiring dedicated faculty just for these programs. And very importantly at the bottom is community buy-in of the Health Science Center benefits. And with this, it's a constant effort to market to these communities to help them understand how important it is the impact of the Health Sciences Center in their area. And one of the ways you do that is through what I call the Chamber of Commerce talk, which shows just our economic impact. And if you go back and look since 2010, if you look at our annual economic impact, and these are numbers we run through the Rawls College, 633 million annual economic impact in 2010, 929 million, now 969 million, close to $1 billion a year in economic impact for the communities we serve in West Texas. This is a record economic impact for us as a university. Finally, education and academics. This year we graduated 2 people shy of 2,000 awards from the Health Sciences Center. The second largest in the state was UT Health Science Center in Houston. They graduated 1,500. So the impact we're having on the people, not just of West Texas, not just the state, but way beyond, it's pretty dramatic on this. This is also something that is constantly something you have to take stock in over and over again because of cost of education, because of limitations of space and the like. Our goal is to make sure that we drive toward keeping people in primary care. That target of 45% is one, if you look across the state with other folks, we want to be better than our peers with this. And you can see since 14, when we graduated the first group of FMAT students, we've had a halo effect of people going into primary care that's been really significant for us. Limited clinical training sites, continue to work with existing partners, and also explore additional partners. You've heard me talk over the last several years about the potential for the VA clinic, a very rich training site for us here in Lubbock. We've talked about our expansion to Covenant. We've recently added Odessa Regional Medical Center in the Permian Basin, BSA in Amarillo. Hendrick and Abilene's worked with us beautifully, and Texas Health Resources in the Dallas-Fort Worth area for our School of Pharmacy. So we're constantly reaching out to other partners to see if we can do things to have partnerships that will last not for the next year, but over the course of the next several decades. And this gets right back to what I mentioned earlier. Our goals are not always totally aligned. Vulnerabilities with education is the whole thing with funding. We get about 26% of our budget from the state of Texas, and historically it's been running in that area. So for us, what we try to do is we try to make sure we're really good stewards of the state's money. And so we try to maintain a low overhead. Our goal is to keep our overall administrative cost at 5.25% or less of our overall budget. We've done a really good job with this. This last fiscal year, we're at 4.47%. And this runs consistent with other health-related institutions in Texas, actually a little bit better than some of them. However, what is different is that we have multiple campuses. We have some built-in redundancies that we can't get around. We have regional deans, we've got regional VPs, we've got other things going on that we can't get around because we're in 6 different campuses. And in spite of that, we still run a very lean overhead. We also have to maintain vibrant practices. So the people that we're serving, it's not only an important part of our service mission, it's an important part of our business. So it holds not only with the medical practice, but it holds with the nursing practice as well. And finally is the endowment growth. And so for us, if you look, and this is another thing that I hope that we can discuss with this, if you look at the way we raise money at the Health Sciences Center, as a general rule of thumb, we raise about $1 million a month, and that's our baseline. $11, $12 million a year, and then we'll get the periodic big gifts that come in, and that's been our history for quite some time. This is really important to remember. 82% of our students did not go to Texas Tech University. 82% of our students went elsewhere. If you look at our School of Medicine as an example, the most students will get in any given class typically is from Texas Tech. Second most comes from the University of Texas. Third most this year came from Baylor. Fourth was actually BYU. Fifth was A&M. Now what we hope to do by the time they graduate is make every last one of them proud to be a Red Raider for medicine. But the fact is we have to approach them differently than you would approach TTU graduates for getting them interested in what it is that we're doing. By the same token, 5 of the 6 cities where we have a presence, they're not Texas Tech communities. Dallas is an SMU community. Abilene is about ACU and Hardin, Simmons, and McMurray. Midland, Odessa is about UTPB. Even El Paso is about UTEP. Amarillo is about WT. So we can't go up there talking, and we say this is a very proud member of the Tech system, but we can't go up there talking about football or basketball or baseball. You're barking up the wrong tree when you do that. We have to take a different approach for bringing people in for health sciences. So that is a rundown of who we are, the constant things that we face as challenges, and when we look to see where we're going to grow over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, staying true to the legislative session of 1969 will ensure that we're providing the vibrant care for people, not just in West Texas, but way beyond. So that was my intro.
Questions? Thoughts?
Yes. President Mitchell, when you first came here, you made a big initiative to make sure that every campus had the same experience as they do in Lubbock.
Correct.
Do you think that we've reached those milestones now and the Permian Basin or Amarillo, wherever, are getting the same experience as they do in Lubbock?
Academically, they absolutely do. And that's one of the things that from an accreditation standpoint is non-negotiable. What I want is something far more global than that, and we've been working very diligently through making sure that as we grow programs, we grow them on existing campuses where we currently have a presence, because I want the students' non-academic experience to be as rich as it is in Lubbock. So our SGA has been working very, very hard for many, many years to make sure that they bring in senators from all the campuses, that our SGA folks travel to the other campuses. One of the things that I've done personally is to make sure that I spend a lot of time on the road at the other campuses as well. We have a lot of our folks that do that. I want to make sure that we have great events that we have here in Lubbock. We do the same thing on the other campuses now. I want to make sure that faculty, staff, and students and all those other campuses love being part of the Texas Tech HSC family. And what I found the first year that I was here, and it just so happened that I was starting right at a time where we had a faculty, staff, and student survey. And you'd flip through, and almost without exception, the students would say, I loved my educational experience. But what you'd find is you didn't have to go very far past that, and it got to the point that I didn't even have to look to see. By their responses, I could say, that's going to be a pharmacy student in Dallas. Look back, sure enough, it would be. Because a lot of times they would feel isolated from the rest of the university in line. It's very difficult when you have a multi-campus university to have everybody feeling the love all the time. But it's been a concerted effort, and I will tell you that if you look at on all the subsequent evaluations, the needle's been moving and moving and moving. We're far better with that than we were 7 years ago, but we're still not where I'd like to see it.
And Dr. Ventilini, he shares your same comments. He is very conscious of that in the Permian Basin. But he expresses exactly what you're saying. He feels like the gap is closing.
And he is.
Especially for him.
That fellow makes coffee nervous. He's about the most energetic regional dean we got.
He
and
is.
He's the kind of guy that knows never an answer. He can do it, he can do it, he can do it. And I will tell you, in the Permian Basin, he has been nothing. Burke here, I'm overstating this. He's been nothing short of remarkable at getting things done you wouldn't think he could have gotten done. He's Italian. I'm not sure how he got some of those things done, but he got them done. I think he has a cousin named Guido somewhere.
Well, you'll be proud of him. He and I are members of the FBI Citizens Academy there, and he went to the National Convention, and he took Health Science Center's caps and pens and passed them out. Literally. It was in Alabama, and he took a load with it. The other guys told me, he said, remarkably, he's passing our stuff out to people to.
He's good.
Yeah, he is very good. I appreciate that answer. Thank you.
Dr. Mitchell, y'all had a lot of growth in a lot of, almost all of your programs, nursing and School of Medicine in particular. When you start looking at those residency slots, how do you make the determination of which one of those areas you're going to expand?
Which residency slots? Well, you have to look at the needs of the area. And for example, and we've had this discussion before, if you look at the needs in West Texas in general, you need to look at the needs of the state. If you look at the needs of the nation, mental health is massive. So when you look toward the needs of a community, what we try to do is match up needs of communities with the pipeline of the folks you're going to be bringing through. So psychiatry is a big one. And y'all may not be aware, we're looking at new psychiatry and general surgery residencies in Amarillo. We are starting new psychiatry and general surgery programs this summer in the Permian Basin. We always need more primary care physicians. So we're constantly looking to expand that as well. You get the state expansion grants that we've used in places like Alpine and Fort Stockton and Crane. They've worked beautifully. Andrews now has 5 of our practitioners there, 2 OBGYNs and 3 family physicians, and they're all from our pipeline. And so now that's what we would do. The problem, and this gets back to the issue with our partnering hospitals, these are primarily outpatient areas, and the inpatient part of what these folks do, they don't get paid for very much. And so it does not behoove a hospital to say, sure, I'll support 10 psychiatry slots or 10 family medicine slots. It does not behoove their bottom line. And so when they're talking to their board of trustees,
I'm very aware of that problem.
Yeah, exactly. But so we get at cross purposes with our most important partners, and not for anybody's fault, but it just is what happens. In addition to that, some of our hospital groups are not owned locally. They're owned by people in other states. And then it gets really interesting, because you'll have people in other states that have no concept of what the Health Sciences Center may mean to West Texas, nor, quite frankly, do they really care. And it becomes exceptionally difficult.
Well, just to continue to encourage you all, I know psychiatry is one that you mentioned, but other extreme shortages for all of us, GI, urology, cardiology, all of those kind of slots that all of us need. Primary care, y'all are doing a great job with.
We have opening this summer, we have an ENT residency. The fellowship slots that we have are numerous, and with those, it's important to remember that most of the fellowship training is indeed concentrated around where you have by far the largest mass of people, because when you bring in, for example, a hepatologist in GI, they don't wash windows and they don't do general GI. And so you have to be ready to support them financially to do academically what they're trained to do.
You know, one of the things that when you talk about a strategic session, you know, I think of going away not in a room like this. You know, you're in your jeans, and you.
I love that.
You know, you're sitting around with a group, and you break into small groups, and you know, a lot of times we mix up tactical things, which I consider to be 1 year things. How are you going to progress over the next year, or 1 year plan? And talking about what do I want to be, you know, in 20, 25 years. But I think that we have, if we don't go back to your page 11 in here where you've talked about your major challenges, I would think that we're not doing our job as Regents without spending some time talking about what you consider to be your major challenges. And we don't have time in here, I guess, to sit around and try to come up with some better, if not some additional solutions to your aging infrastructure, and to be able to better address, you know, what's happening in every business, that technology's impacting all of us. And if your infrastructure is not conducive for that, you're not going to be able to do your job as well as you've been doing. if we can't, I would say that the whole Texas Tech University system, with the possible exception of Angelo State, just has an incredible need for endowed scholarships. And that needs to be if not the #1 priority, a senior priority. That in money raising, we do a great job of raising money for bricks and mortar, but we've fallen short of doing that for the most important thing that we can do. And I do think that we as Regents need to recognize that and try to help the Chancellor, and those Lisa Calvert's in here, that, and I think we're going down a lot of the right paths, but I do think scholarships are important. And, you know, it's very difficult, I would perceive, raising scholarship money for the medical schools and health science centers. It's more difficult than raising it in engineering or business, and we need to address that.
Well, Regent Walker, let me tell you what we have, and we won't have this opportunity again for probably 20 years. We have an opportunity right now because of the tuition revenue bond money that came through with the buildings that we're doing, to have somebody, if they want to come in and make a donation, we can use that money right now 100% to put into endowment for scholarships, but still give them a naming opportunity for a room, for an auditorium, for something like that, because between the university and the state, we have all the money we need for the buildings. So we can still give naming opportunities and have all the money go toward our endowment for scholarships. And I will tell you that that's the entire point behind our current Your Life, Our Purpose campaign, is exactly that, because we're not going to have this opportunity again, because we're not going to have a large influx of state money for buildings again for at least a decade, and probably longer than that. So we have a unique opportunity to do this, and we would love to have the help of people with this, because one of the things that we're consistently doing is, and I've said this since I've been here, our product is not our football team or our baseball team or our soccer team. Our product is your healthcare providers. So when I'm in Amarillo, where I know they love WT, and they should, what I say is, listen, if you're in a pharmacy up here and there's a diploma up there, it's probably going to be a Health Sciences Center diploma from Texas Tech. If you have a PA in a practice, you better be happy about what they're doing in Midland, because that's where your PAs are coming from. They're not coming from Houston. And if you're in Midland, if when they don't understand the need to support something we're doing in Amarillo, they need to understand that's where their pharmacists are coming from. So our product is their healthcare providers. And so helping them understand the benefit of supporting the Health Sciences Center and these kids, because as I said, our students come from the top 10% of classes, and they have choices. And if we want, of that top 10%, if we really didn't do much for scholarship, we're still going to fill up with good students. But if you want to reputationally be able to go toe-to-toe with anybody, little scholarships make huge differences. Little scholarships, $1,000 scholarship, a $2,000 scholarship, they make huge differences in getting these students here. And some of the angst about scholarship stuff with medical students and the like is, well, these guys are going to earn a lot of money anyway. These are on average, when somebody finishes med school, they have about $180,000 worth of debt. Our students have just over $100,000 worth of debt, because cost of education for us is so inexpensive. But what that does do is it drives them into some of these other fields and keeps them out of the fields where we want them.
Well,
it's critical.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not trying to.
We've got till 10:15. We have another 30 minutes, and I think these types of views give us clarity, give him clarity, because again, I would ask you, Ted, when I look at the Health Science Center side of the house versus the academic side at TTU, clearly TTU needs scholarship dollars. They need, when I see 3,000 students applying for 125 slots, I don't know that scholarships make a difference. It can tweak the caliber, but there's plenty of people coming in the pipeline. What I heard earlier, and I'd like you to kind of expand on that, if we're setting priorities for fundraising, you mentioned that one of your big goals and one of your the negatives was the location and how, and Mickey pointed out, should we be raising money, in your case, for bricks and sticks, for the ability to offer amenities to these students that once they get there, it increases satisfaction, or helps you showed us a series of cities.
Right.
Are we trying to make this place more physically attractive, more entertaining, more, help us prioritize what you need?
I think that is a phenomenal segue. These students are all bright, they're all in their 20s, and having what I call a wow effect is really important. It really is. When you look at things related to child care facilities, our students, many of them are married, some of them have students, particularly the residents. When you look at things like fitness facilities, these are amenities that the fact is, when they're interviewing elsewhere, they've got those things. And so those are the types of things that you're looking at it, is you can get money for those, it's a big help. You'd like to think that you don't need that, and maybe if you're in downtown Dallas, you don't. But those are the things, when I talk about facilities, that we are talking about. Now, the left brain side of those kids that come in and they're really looking at what they need to be looking at for logically figuring where they need to be. Then facilities like your gross anatomy lab, simulation training centers, those have to be top rate. Ours are. New gross anatomy lab that we have already through the tuition revenue bonds will be 20,000 square feet, state of the art. It has to be. Not only to train the way you need to train today, but also to bring these students in. But we work closely with the Amarillo Economic Development Corporation. We work closely with the Lubbock Economic Development Association. We work with the groups for the things they have in the cities that they're doing. They're trying to do things to improve downtown Lubbock and stuff like that. Those are important to us long term. When you look 25 years down the road, those are important things for us as a university. As we do our facilities now, as we do with our tuition revenue bond money, we have spent countless hours going through making sure that we are building the facilities of tomorrow, not of yesterday. And because that is, when these students come through who are very discerning kids, these are the things they're looking at. And I will tell you that from a fundraising standpoint, it also would help if we have people that are coming in looking, so look, I'll name an auditorium. I will name a conference room, whatever it might be, because all that money for us over the course of the next few years will go directly toward our endowments.
Mr. Chairman.
Ted, if you had to prioritize top 3 priorities, it's fundraising, because that's one thing as Regents we can play a role in. Tell us what your top 3 priorities are.
Facilities, you mean, or in general? Well, I'd say number 1, facilities. Our facilities as they're going up. We have facilities going up in Amarillo, on the Lubbock campus, and in the Permian Basin right now. We just had a facility that we just completed in Abilene. That would be the number 1 thing for facilities. The reason for that is, for lack of a better term, it's a little sexier for somebody to give to bricks and mortar that way. We've already got them designed the way we need to have them designed for our students of tomorrow, and we're going to take all that money directly and put it into endowment. So I'd say number 1 would be facilities, number 1. And
would that still be the case after all your construction is finished? Will that still be the case? Will that?
Oh yeah. Well, for a period of time. Well, what we're trying to do
about
is
naming opportunities associated with the facilities and things to raise money.
By 2019, when we finish the last ribbon cutting of all of our facilities, which will be the one here, that's when we're going to be winding down this campaign. And so all of the facilities fundraising that we do between now and then, we will be using it for endowment. And we've got a $150 million goal for that. And my idea behind that is that when we're all gone, that whoever's coming in behind us, they will then have an endowment pot of money that they won't be pulling from operational things, either for the up-and-coming researchers that we have, either for the students that we're trying to recruit, or for some of the service things we're providing. I scratched on the surface of this. One of the things that's critical to remember about West Texas, all these tiny little, we call them critical access hospitals, they're all over West Texas. These people run off razor-thin margins. We're talking about this in Abilene. If you can get the 10 counties around Abilene, and these tiny little hospitals, if we can provide support to them, it keeps them open, that keeps Hendrick healthier. That keeps the population healthier. So there's some of these service things that if we have some endowed money to have our rural health people go out and support them for their EMR, electronic medical records, whatever it might be, those are things that, those aren't sexy things, but they're exceedingly important things. So we can use our facilities fundraising as a means for supplying a bucket of money, long-term bucket of money, that helps these other initiatives.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions. One, Ted, I commend you on a number of issues. Cost, the numbers of degrees, I think you buzzed over that. You're up 60% since you've been here. I mean, that's where the rubber meets the road. I mean, you're putting medical professionals on the streets and providing that service, and I commend you for that. The reputation and the team that you've built, as I look around, and you have a great team. And, you know, does it have the reputation? We're Lubbock. We're always going to be Lubbock. I mean, people in hell want ice water, and they're not going to get it. But I think we can change certain things, and those are things working towards. But I think at the end of the day, Dallas is going to be Dallas, Lubbock is going to be Lubbock. But there's three things that I think aren't focusing on, and that's, you know, you talked about just now service. I mean, outpatients visits are down almost 40% from 2012 to 2016. Well, hold on one second. Okay. Fundraising is down from 2012 almost 40%. Now, I'd recognize there's some one-time gifts in there that spike it, but I'm very confident in Kendra and the team that you have that they can do that and have a more consistent kind of income. And look, if we just say, well, that's because we found one-time gift, you know, but to drop 40% from 2012 to 2016.
You got to El Paso adjust too.
Sir?
Your numbers need to be adjusted for El Paso.
They're adjusted.
No, not really. Yeah.
Yeah, if you, yeah.
If you
It
normalize
is.
that.
It was a split.
1 year was El Paso, the next year we lost 200,000 plus because it was El Paso included
Oh, on the
on the outpatient visits, yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, and I
Is
will,
that the same case then in research as well?
correct.
All right, I stand corrected.
Yeah. But let me tell you,
Drop, so is 40% of it going over on your balance sheet then?
correct.
Okay.
It's just, and that's an accounting shift. Now, having said that, let's talk about the fundraising aspect of it, because that is critical. And this is something that Lisa has talked about. This is something that certainly we're aware of on our side. What I'd like to see is that, because we, generally speaking, if you go back and look at the last several years, we raise about $1 million a month. That's pretty standard for us, 12 million a year. That's the base we need to move up.
Right.
That's the base that needs to go up. We love it when we get a $25 million gift and you'll see this big spike. But overall, long-term, seems to me, long-term, you're better off having 1,000 people giving you $100 than one person wanting to give you 100,000. So the idea is to, and let me tell you, so as part of our campaign, the Your Life, Our Purpose campaign is to help people understand who we are. We also have, just for the last year and a half, we have our own alumni association. We now have 23,000 alumni that we've never tapped into. So we're starting to do that so that we get that base of ours starting to pick up. Because that, for me, over the long run, is a much better way of ensuring a steady flow of fundraising money, is through increasing your overall base, not through the one-time gifts.
So moving it from like $1 million a month to $1.2 million a month.
$2 million a month. Annual fund stuff.
In that regard, I when I saw the slide come up where, you know, the Baylor people go here and the different cities, and the idea that you can't raise money for Texas Tech's Health Sciences Center in Houston or in Dallas, I think is flawed. There are tons of Texas Tech graduates, and equally as important, just people who care about giving to a medical institution in all those cities. Dallas may have some little inclination to favor SMU, but the city as a whole, however many million people that is now, don't feel that way, and certainly there's nothing in Houston that doesn't feel that way. I am worn out almost daily by solicitations from MD Anderson and others out of the Med Center, just because they cover the entire state. And so I would ask you to consider that your fundraising efforts need to be broader than just the areas that you serve, because there are donors who would be interested in participating in a worthy program, particularly if they knew the excellence that you're producing and that you have a purpose for the money. When I get a request for money and it's just because we want more money, then I'm not too impressed. When I get requests for money because we're building this or that or the other, or it's got a specific purpose, then I can fall in love with that purpose and say, sure, I'll send, for me, it's like $50. But if I was a rich guy, you'd be sending them $500,000. And so my point is to look beyond just the areas that you serve, and don't write off the other parts of the state, because they do have an interest, maybe not in Texas Tech, but they have an interest in the medical field and producing more doctors. Everybody's starting to understand the shortage of primary care physicians just by how long it takes you to get an appointment now. And you understand that if there's more of them, then everybody's better well served. And that's in the big cities.
Sure.
I'm sure it's much worse when you're out in these really small towns like I grew up in. So I would ask you to consider that. The second comment I would have is that a year ago in this same session meeting where we talked about the objectives and on going forward, one of the strategic initiatives that we adopted had to do with mental health. And so my question is, I heard you kind of mention psychiatry and a few little things, but how have you picked up on that, the adoption of strategic health, of mental health issues as one of the system's strategic initiatives, and tried to move it along or help it go forward or incorporate it into the plan that you have for the coming year?
All right, and let me talk about the cities first, and then we'll talk about the second. And I'll tell you what our goal is, and I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this. Our plan for DFW and for Houston initially is to engage our own alumni, HSC alumni. We've never done that ever. And so engaging them and pulling them back into the fold and getting them excited about what they're doing, because they're all in those places seeing patients, and we've never tapped into them. That's where we're trying to get some footing in there. We actually do have fundraising events and other things that we do in some of the cities like that. One of the things that you'll run into, and this is the case when I was in Dallas all the time, if they're going to give to a medical school, they'll typically give to UT Southwestern. And in San Antonio, if they're going to give to a medical school, they'll typically give to UT Health Science Center San Antonio. And they do that partly because they think every medical school is exactly the same. And I don't mean that.
I'm going to interrupt you. It's also partly because they're the only ones that ask them.
Could be. Yeah, that could be. And so we're trying to get footholds in those areas, and we are in our infancy of trying to spread our wings and start pulling people in. We've just never really done that. And we only started this about 18 months ago. We've never done it in 45 years. So that one of our goals is to make sure that people in those areas are aware of what we're doing. We've actually done advertising in places like Love Field in Dallas and Hobby in Houston. So for the first time, we need to penetrate the markets and let them know who we are. Then with regards to the mental health, we have, and I'll make sure that you get another copy of it, we went through and did, as part of the strategic planning from last year, an inventory of everything we have, plus our slated growth in those areas. So for us, keeping in mind with mental health, it really goes to three prongs. It goes to things that improve our research acumen in that area. It goes to the educational opportunities we're trying to provide new people, not the same ones we've been providing. And it also then goes to the service we're providing for the areas that we have a presence. So from the standpoint of the research and the education part of it, we're expanding our residency training programs both in the Permian Basin and in Amarillo into mental health, and this is specifically for the School of Medicine and Psychiatry residencies. We are also, from the educational research side of it, expanding in our School of Nursing a doctorate in nursing program specifically geared for mental health and behavioral health. and we just got the approval from the coordinating board a few months ago for that. And then even in our School of Health Professions, we have three different and new degree programs that we just got approval from the coordinating board in addiction medicine, behavioral counseling, and I forget third, but they're all geared toward mental health, behavioral health, substance abuse. So we have new programmatic things from an educational and research perspective that we didn't have a year ago. From a service standpoint is really our telemedicine programs. We've been working very, very closely with policymakers and with insurers, with payors, on how we can improve telemedicine coverage using mental health as the tip of the spear for it. Because a large part of what we have right in West Texas right now is the inability to reach people in smaller communities, not just for mental health, but for everything. But we're using mental health as the instrument, as the beta project for showing people that telemedicine in general is great. I've talked before about the Twitter program, and I can go over that again with you guys at some point if you'd like. It has been phenomenally successful at kids grades 8 through 12 at finding children who are at risk for mental disease and getting them the help they need. And so those are all programs we've had that we've kicked off just since the last time we met.
Well, thank you, and anything more you can do will be for the good of mankind, so it's an important topic.
Ed, you mentioned you mentioned the 6 locations I think that you're in. Are those the right locations for you?
What? 6 cities for our campuses?
Mm-hmm. Are you going to try and expand in each one of those, or are you going to reach out to other communities?
Well, my primary goal would be to saturate the communities where we have a presence. That's the least expensive, most efficient way to do it, and it improves the experience for the students that are there. So in Abilene, most people would think well, when I first started here, we had very small nursing presence and School of Pharmacy just starting there. We have the graduate school, pharmacy school, nursing school, School of Health Professions there. We have 4 of our 5 colleges, schools, now in Abilene. And all of the students from each of those schools do better by having the presence of the others with them.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So I want to saturate the places where we currently have a presence as we need to grow, particularly for things like residency programs and the like. That's where we'll look to other communities. And we'll try to stay as much as we can in the western part of the state.
Answer?
I'd like to just maybe discuss a little bit about the fact that in Texas right now there is a kind of an expansion of health science centers throughout the state. Houston is, I think, looking at one. We've got Rio Grande Valley. You've got the Dell Medical Center in T. Austin, and I think TCU and North Texas are working together on one. And my question to you is, how do we fit into that expansion with the Health Science Center, and what is our real core that we stand out above all of those existing schools, and how do we need to develop that further?
Are you asking me that?
Yes.
We stand out, I think, just by the quality of our presidency, I think, more than anything.
Other than that.
Good, modest one.
See where I'm going? I'm trying to
I do.
Moving forward, how are you going to develop your
That's
core?
right.
Because you're ahead of a lot of those folks
Yeah.
in a lot of areas, and where do we need to invest to make sure that you stay ahead?
I agree. Okay. One of the things that has been talked about for years and years and years when it comes to health-related institutions, we are all talked about as a bit of a monolith, like we're all the same. We're not. And yet in Austin, the perception is that everybody's kind of the same. We, I believe, excel in certain things with technology for, again, telehealth, simulation training, that others don't, out of necessity for the way that we've done education and service in this area. Those are things that we need to stay true to. For us, I'll give you an example with primary care. When we talk about primary care, we talk about that even as though the experience that somebody's going to get for primary care is going to be the same everywhere. It's not. We have a situation where if somebody wants to practice medicine, if they come to our School of Medicine, every student from the time they're freshmen learn how to use what's called point-of-care ultrasound. They use ultrasound as an extension of their physical examination, like the way other people would use a stethoscope. So by the time they graduate, whether they're going into psychiatry or cardiology or neurosurgery, every single one of them can do ultrasounds on their patients and look at things, not for reimbursement purposes, but for an extension of their physical. You are creating a supercharged practitioner when you do that. There were 2 medical schools in the United States doing this in the last few years. We were one of them. The reason we're the second one is because we stole the dude from the first one that was teaching it over there. Now he's here. But the point being, so it's not just about saying, oh yeah, we're just going to have kind of more of this. It's not just having more of it, it's having more of it and being the very best at it. And we are that. So when it comes to primary care delivery, and we need all kinds of doctors, we want everybody that graduates from here to be exceptionally trained to be a GP when they come out, regardless of what they wind up going into. That's true to our core. When you talk about mental health being such a critical part of rural health, we're actually looking at a new residency program where you combine family medicine with psychiatry. One of the issues we have is you can't get enough people to go into psychiatry. But if we can take a 3-year family medicine program, tag 1 year to it, and have them board eligible for both psychiatry and family medicine, then we're killing 2 birds with 1 stone. That's something that is transformative. That's something we're looking into.
And half the patients that they see in primary care have mental health issues too, so it's a perfect.
And as you know, Regent Lancaster, the vast majority of mental health today is treated by the primary care physician. Oftentimes, not so well.
That's a great combination.
Well, it's also the time issue. I mean, if it takes you 3 days to get to see a GP, it takes you 3 weeks to get to see a psychiatrist today. And that's the people in this room. People who aren't as blessed as the people in this room, they can go months without care.
So we're looking from our perspective to do the things that historically we've done well, and then expanding upon those things. Not just to do more of the same thing that we were doing 10 years ago, but to do more of the things that we've done for so long, but be the best at doing it. And I think that we're now getting national recognition for the things that we do well.
It seemed like it'd be a good idea. You know, it'd be really interesting to see how you could add that to your mission statement as far as how you're going to, you want to develop your core and identify that. Because I think there's so much competition out there in the medical school business, just in our state. But I think nationally, I think you have developed a national reputation for the types of things that you're describing in your core, and to preserve that and invest in it seems to me to be where would be a laudable goal for.
That's good. That is good. And one of the things that we do have, we have a bit of a captive audience. When all these students apply to all the schools in the state, we're all interviewing them. And one of the things that we actually do, and this is for all of our different programs where they're interviewing out here, they really do get a flavor of who we are. And back to what the chairman had said earlier, that's also, you have one opportunity to make that first impression. And so we want to make sure that when they walk in these doors, there is that wow effect about the facilities they're seeing and the like.
Do you have any idea, give me the number of applications versus acceptances again?
We get close to 5,000 applications for the School of Medicine every year for 180 slots.
And out of the 180 that you accept, are there 200 that you wanted but they went someplace else? Or do you pretty much get the ones you go after?
Oh, well, I'll tell you this. If you look in the last several years, we get the ones we're after. By and large, we get the ones we're going after. I'm going to say this. We had the division chief of a very prominent medical school in this state sent Burke a note recently asking what we were doing because his daughter, who he was trying to recruit to their school, came here. And we have, and I'll say this, and I say this as a UT grad, I love the fact that we have students every year, and this sounds it's tough, but we have students every year that will not get in here, but they'll get in one of the UT schools or A&M. That's what they've done. That's what our deans have done. I'm very proud of that.
Dr. Mitchell, and I think that also speaks to what is right about that Lubbock over Dallas or Houston. I mean, I appreciate what you brought up, and to John's point earlier, but that doesn't seem to necessarily matter when it comes to the quality of student that you're attracting here to medical school.
It used to, and if you roll this thing back 15 years ago, we had a reputation of being a great institution. And if you couldn't get in one of the UT schools or A&M, somebody makes phone calls and you go to Tech. And I'm not, you know, I love this place. That's what it was. It ain't that anymore. But let me tell you something. It takes a long time to get that changed. And then once you do that, once you get it there, then it becomes a self-fulfilling thing over time. But we have to resist the urge to be comfortable with what we've done. We could sit back and never do any advertising, never do any market penetration, and we would always get really good students. But I don't want to be somebody's fallback university for anything we do. I want my old alma mater to be our fallback university. I love my old alma mater.
Maybe in your future presentation.
You really don't.
Shift reputation from the right side to the left side.
Better believe it, I'd love that.
Because, you know, most of us aspire for the red ribbon. And, we've got plenty of blues and that solid gold trophy. So I would say that maybe it's time to shift.
So I have a question really for the three of you right here. As I think as some of us look over the horizon, we see biomedical research as the great new knowledge frontier. We see major universities. You look at what UT's doing. You look at A&M is trying to move their one medical school brick by brick to College Station, and they're folding those underneath the university to create a collaborative effect for the future. So talk to me about how, as two components across the street from each other, we're going to make sure we stay competitive working together in this new knowledge frontier.
Well, I wouldn't mind if you folded Tech under us.
On that note, can I start the conversation?
I mean, I know it's kind of the elephant in the room, but we need to have a conversation about that.
No, it's
It's taking place across America.
It is a real issue, and that is an important issue around the state of Texas in particular, because A&M they have consolidated with the
But they
general
just kind of
academic.
moved their medical school.
Dell Medical is the same way, and there's a lot of reasons for that. One of it is it's a statistical reason. Your metrics, your research metrics.
Mm-hmm.
If you're an emerging research university like Texas Tech, the Health Science Center is not eligible for TRIP or a lot of the research funds that the general academics get. And so there are reasons to do that, but I don't know that they overpower. You know, we're successful now, and I think that there has been an initiative in the last 2 years for the general, under the leadership of both of our general academic institution, actually in Angelo State as well, to work with our health science centers and be more collaborative, especially in the areas of research. And I'll let them comment on that, but I think it's, to me, one of the most important things we need to do is increase that collaboration, because there is joint research, joint degree programs that are really a great opportunity for us. We just, you know, we're just across the Marcia, as we say, and the proximity is really, at least for here in Lubbock.
A lot of translational research opportunities and things that.
Chairman, we've never done that. That Marcia might as well have been 100 miles across it. We just never did that, and that is one of the things we've been very actively working on. We actually have we have a vice president on our side now that all his job is to work on collaboration. Because if, for example, there's a joint hire and we can make sure that they're more than 50% on the TTU side so they can get stuff for trip funds and the like, great. But it also takes the cost down for them to hire that person, and vice versa. We're currently looking for our new vice president for research, and there are a few of the individuals that we're looking for doing things jointly to hire. We have a tremendous potential for synergy that we've never tapped, and that one of the things we have as a huge advantage that no other HRI has in the state is the proximity to a big Division I school. And those of you that, if you look, what they're trying to do in College Station, because the HSC is way away from the rest of it. And we have a huge opportunity with that for collaborative things, joint hires and like, that we've never taken advantage of historically.
Chairman Francis, we've talked about this for years,
Right.
about doing more, and the progress has been slow. But I think it is encouraging, if you look at things that have happened recently. We have implemented some new degrees in engineering that are joint with HSC. Yet we have issues about billing and mundane aspects that impede moving on with those students. And we've had several meetings to try to address that. We had a meeting, I think, just yesterday or the day before about how do we deal with nursing students that go over there and can't get a 4-year degree from Penn. I don't think the collaboration has ever been better, but we have progress to make. The point that a chancellor raised about these metrics, according to the National Science Foundation, Texas Tech is 84th in the nation in terms of total research expenditures. If you take out the medical schools, 35th. If we could include what's happening over there, it would really improve our rankings. But what's the point? Doing it there, does it really matter who gets the credit? That is an issue. I think what's more substantive is how we continue to work together. We had a joint appointment a couple of years ago. We got somebody that was really prominent. They left. But we'll continue to do things like that. Hiring dual faculty. We're talking now to a person who's a member of the National Academy of Medicine that would probably be over there, but it'd be a joint appointment. So it's something that we've talked about for a long time. The progress has been slow, but I think there's been more progress made recently than in recent years.
I'm led to believe that new federal dollars flowing into National Science Foundation and those are somewhat limited, and that if we want to increase our federal research dollars at TU, I mean, that is a tough hoe where you've got to knock somebody out. You know, they're not growing fast enough to allow us to grow, but that the research dollars flowing into the National Institute of Health and health-related things is growing at a much faster rate. So we have to collaborate if we're going to try and hit that goal of $100 million in federal research.
That has always been a weakness in the funding at Texas Tech, our lack of NIH money. Yeah, the NSF budget is minuscule compared to NIH. So that's something we look at and we're working on.
I also, when we had the telephone visits about the planning effort, encouraged us to start thinking ahead outside the box. We talked about 25 years down the road, and there's things like, you know, is it impossible for us to be the stem cell research capital of the world in 25 years? Is it possible for us to own our own hospital, because that's the situation you talked about continues to deteriorate, and have we started examining at what point it'll be acceptable to the state, which I think now precludes us from doing it, at what point is it financially imperative for us to do it? You know, that's the game-changing, out-of-the-box kind of things that I'd like to know that we're at least considering as we start thinking that far in the future.
Well, what you have to do is you've got to think through what Plan B and Plan C and Plan D would be with that, and along those lines, we do have those discussions about what are the different opportunities. Part of it is, I think, is to educate our elected officials on what our own vulnerabilities are as well, so they're aware of it. They're in Austin with things. Another thing, again, for me personally, and this would also hold for Dr. Lang, is to make sure that we stay engaged with people like the Texas Hospital Association, the Association of the Rural Hospitals, Torch, groups like that as well.
Can I ask a question along that line? Is it a reasonable goal as far as philanthropy to perhaps try to raise endowment to support hospital slots for areas that we need to be able to fill and have for a full, you know what I'm saying?
No. This is I mean, we certainly had discussions about this.
And Rick might want to speak to this as well. I think it's something that we're going to have to think of something different long term. Mm-hmm. And I think that if you plant the seeds now for the growth down the road in 10 years and 20 years, you'll be in a whole lot better position. But I think that having funds that we set up in a quasi-endowment that is not restricted for things that you can utilize to offset the cost of education, postgraduate education in medicine, maybe one of the things that we can do that you're not robbing Peter to pay Paul, and you're not loggerheads with your hospital partners on it. I think that's a great idea.
Chairman Francis, if I could make one more point about, I think it's evidence that we're making progress and sort of closing that gap between our two institutions. Just this past week, at the Chancellor's Research Award, one of the recipients from Texas Tech is a member of the College of Engineering who was recognized. And what he does research in how vaccines are delivered through creative delivery methods. And he's in engineering. The other day, we're in the process of reviewing our strategic priorities in terms of research, and the Dean of Engineering sent me his 3 priorities: energy, water, and engineering medicine. So I think that's evidence that we recognize the need to do something, and something is being done.
Anything else?
One of questions, all this is obviously new to me, but I guess 2 questions for Dr. Mitchell. One, are there any situations where there are public-private partnerships to support medical education, meaning specific for profit hospitals or for profit research interest, where they come in and help augment and fund tax dollars?
We'll have, I'll give you answers. Some of our researchers actually do some things with some private groups for funding, and that's with intellectual property and things of that nature. There's some of that. Not a lot on our side, but there's some. There's probably more at TTU with that. When it comes to the hospitals, all the hospitals that we work with are not-for-profit hospitals, and that's not true. There's one that
Midland and Odessa.
that we work with that way, and again, one of the ones that we work with is actually owned out of Pennsylvania. And so we work with them on what our needs are, and we try to make sure the way we approach our hospital partners is not just, hey, can you give us money to help educate people? It's we provide services. They're purchasing services from us for things. And so what we have to be careful about, and this happens on occasion, if you have somebody that says, yes, I want to, because it has to be mutually beneficial, for sure.
Right.
But we've got to make sure that the metrics that we're both looking at for that mutually beneficial effect are appropriate metrics. We've had hospital partners who say, well, no, I expect that if I'm supporting these residency slots, I want all of them to stay here. And if they're not all staying here next year, I don't want to support them. That's not in our best interest to enter into agreements like that, because it's really not in our long-term interest to do that, because we've had occasions where partners would want us to be purely just a workforce pipeline.
Right.
So it all we'll work with anybody that can provide us educational experience, as long as everybody's clear about what the other side needs and what their goals are. We have these negotiations that go on year-round, all the time with these hospitals.
The other thing, and maybe this is just too much of a stretch, but obviously the tax base in West Texas has changed over the last decade for sure, and especially in rural areas as well, primarily due to oil and gas or energy, but also because of solar and wind farm development, primarily wind farm development. The assessed valuation in a lot of districts and counties have grown tremendously. And all of these rural communities are hungry for professional staff for their small-time hospitals, so to speak. I mean, they recognize it, it's prized, they're incented. So my point is, I wonder if there is a possibility of working with counties to establish hospital districts that are taxed within that county on that increased tax base to augment and support in a small way a Texas Tech effort in a Sweetwater. I'm being facetious, but it's Nolan County. Obviously, there's a lot of wind farm tax base, et cetera. In other words, kind of again a capture of the moment that the rest of the state cannot go capture, but do it on this. My point is, a small scale would be creative and innovative for those communities and segue over into further substantiate the purpose-driven that Texas Tech has. And
Michael, there used to be dollars, and I don't know if there still is, that if you went to work in a medically underserved area, which is really what you're talking about, they could get $20,000 per year off of their school loans that they had, which was perfect because then that was incentive for them to stay. I don't know if those programs are still out there, but that's a perfect way to work with the state, getting people to go to those communities.
Yeah,
but there's a tax base to capture there.
And we have that in the larger communities, but not in the smaller communities. And for example, when you're saying this, I'm thinking of places down like in Alpine and Fort Stockton, if you could develop some type of a base there to help.
Well, I'll be specific. And I guess over a period of time, you'll hear me talk about Olney. And so back to Olney. In Olney, I worked in 2006 with British Petroleum to develop a wind farm. And it took the tax base from 60 million to 260 million. And the school system there, it was a typical dying community, and still kind of is. It's not prosperous necessarily, but they now have a new high school, they have a new remodeled junior high school, and they have a new elementary school, all based on, and that's with giving 10 years of abatements to get the wind farm put in place there. So my point is, in certain communities, and they are now doing new health facilities there to a certain degree of some sort as well. I'm not real in tune with it, but my point is I think there might be an opportunity with something like that. And I went to a lunch, I guess, last week, heard one of our preeminent citizens of Midland speak, and he told about meeting with the Chinese somewhere, and they said, well, where is Midland? Midland's out in the middle of nowhere, isn't it? And he went, well, yes, that's right, but I'll tell you this, it's sitting on top of something. And, Lubbock may be out in the middle of nowhere, but it's also sitting on top of something, and I don't mean oil and gas.
Well, and that's actually one of the things that part of my Chamber of Commerce talks when you go into Amarillo, Midland, Odessa, and Lubbock, is so much of West Texas is commodity driven.
Right.
And so many of the communities rise and fall related to cotton or beef or oil and gas.
Right.
One thing about a healthcare base and health education care base is that it is solid all the time.
Right.
And that's something that we've done to add to the bottom line of these cities where we have a presence.
Anyway, those are just some observations.
Dr. Mitchell, if I may. One of the things that you talked about was trying to get students from around the area and different areas that have trouble. But one of the things that make clinical experiences really important are great faculty. I was interviewing in Alabama, and I ran into someone from San Antonio, and they said, I wouldn't have passed cardiology if it weren't for Dr. Lang. And we need people like that in all of our institutions. And being as there's going to be a supposed doctor shortage here in a few years, are there things in place right now to keep our faculty that we have right now that are good and great, and to recruit more and get better and better and better as we go on?
A large part of what we try to do is to take care of the folks that are taking care of the students. So we actually have faculty development programs and staff development programs that are actually very robust. And I think that's one of the reasons why, if you look at faculty satisfaction, it's so high. It doesn't, as Steve Burke says, doesn't keep people from complaining, but they really, at the end of the day, enjoy what they do. And so we actually have faculty members that can actually go get other degrees on our ticket and come back at prestigious places. And it's all to help their career. So you treat somebody as though you're preparing them to go somewhere else. You do your best to keep them here.
Okay. And you were talking about collaborative and kind of intermerging all the research between the different institutions. I know as an undergrad, I would have killed to do any kind of clinical medical research. It makes your application better, and you want to get involved in medicine as early as possible. And I know you have a mentorship program that, from what I've heard from, it's a faculty to medical student mentorship in different specialties, and it seems like it goes great. All the students love it, and I've met one of the faculty, and she does a great job with her mentors. But I kind of encourage, that's one of the things that could be expanded into the undergrad realm as well, kind of having like multi-levels, resident, faculty, student, and undergrad, kind of all in one, like kind of family unit, working on research projects. It kind of pushes things forwards and kind of expands that kind of intertwining. So I don't know if y'all have plans to do that, but I think that might.
We have, in addition, we have programs that actually extend all the way down to people in junior high, trying to get them interested in medical fields, nursing, medicine, pharmacy, things like that, through our area health education centers. What's one of the stats I have in there? We wind up reaching 60,000 people every year doing that, as much as anything, trying to encourage them. And the students that go through these programs are 3 times more likely to settle down in a health profession in West Texas. So they work. But that's another thing that, again, it's a great service we provide that is vulnerable to funding. And when the state cuts back on something, a lot of the funding that we get is then matched from the feds, but it's predicated on having the state funding. So you get this reverse domino effect that's problematic. And that's one of the things we're discussing this session.
You made a great point. That was pretty sure that was because that's important.
It is.
That's available to the undergraduates.
They're excited to do it. I know they are. I remember being there.
I'll try to be brief. It's something that I think affects the system and impacts each of the components of the system. And I really think that it's going to happen. And I think we have the advantage in all the components in the system to take advantage of it. Mickey and Michael can chime in here, but we've had a very dramatic change in the oil and gas business. And I'm not talking about the price decline. I'm talking about we really have 2 industries right now in the United States. We've got the Permian Basin and everything else. And the Permian Basin is humming and everything else is in a depression. The original discovery well in the Permian Basin was in the early 1920s. And since that time, billions of barrels have been produced. It's my expectation that the 2 million barrels, it's a little over 2 million barrels a day that are being produced out of the Permian Basin, will go up at the rate of 500,000 to maybe as much as 1 million barrels a day over the next several years, meaning that we'll move from 2 to 4 to 6 to 8, and the world needs us. I don't know if you're aware that demand goes up every year in the world for oil. In Saudi Arabia, with their 5 big fields, they're having tremendous problems with maintaining production there. And if we understand that an area that we're close to, that Angelo State is located in, that we have a lot of Texas Tech students and graduates. In fact, I sent something to the chancellor within the last 2 weeks. 3 Texas Tech graduates created a company, did not drill a single well, sold it to an entity for $2.8 billion. Now, they're potential targets, I would say, for a lot of things from Texas Tech. But if we're sitting here and we know that we're very close to a basin that's going to expand like that, and if you want to put it in perspective, we've gone from $107 oil to $26 oil to $53 oil right now. So we lost 80% of our price, but I think that it's perspective that the price of oil is also going to go up. I'm not saying it's going to 100, but I do think that you could see a clear path to $60 or $70 oil. I do think that there's all kinds of things that we can do in terms of fundraising, but if we have that kind of wealth being created where we are, and we're not taking advantage of it, shame on us. If we're not trying to create programs at ASU and TTU that are associated with what I think is going to be an incredible area of growth, it's going to be worth billions and billions of dollars, then I think that we're not being very perceptive. And if we are not positioning ourselves to be in the middle of that because of all the research that could come about as a result of it, then I think we're not doing our job. And so I think it's a great opportunity for all components, in terms of solving some of our financial needs, but creating really some great opportunities, for us to focus on what I think is highly likely to occur.
It's 10:19. Any other thoughts, questions?
Regent Francis, if I may say one more thing. One of the reasons that if you look at our administrative overhead costs and things like that we've done so well is the guy sitting behind me. And he had, I announced the group before that he'd been that he was going to be retiring. We've replaced his position with one of his chief lieutenants, and Penny Harkey is here with him. And Penny, how long have you worked with Elmo?
30 years.
Says something about her need.
30 years?
Yeah. It says something about her need for mental health. But I would be remiss if I did not have everybody give a big round of applause for what Elmo's done to keep us where we are.
Kathy's the one that really needs to be checked out.
And you'll be hearing a lot from Penny over the years to come.
Well, most certainly you are the role model of what a CFO ought to be, and certainly everyone looks towards your leadership. We very much appreciate you. And really, before we break, 2010, we go out, we recruit, and we hire Ted Mitchell. And over the last 7 years, he really put forth early on a vision of allowing the communities of West Texas to compete for medical opportunities in their regions with their philanthropic dollars, with their economic development dollars, to chart a course where the Texas Tech University Health Science Center could grow faster than the state would fund us. And you look just 7 years later at what you've seen the outline, what has happened in Abilene, what's happened in Amarillo, what we're doing in Midland, Odessa, Dallas. In El Paso, not only did we create a four-year medical school, but we've created the fourth component of our system. He really was the foundation of making that happen, even though unselfishly, you saw his metrics kind of went down in the process. All that's happened on his watch. And then along the way, student satisfaction scores, our achievement scores, the degrees awarded, I mean, they have expanded, and the Health Science Center really is so talked about across Texas, how we not only serve these communities today, but it is an exemplary part of our system. And again, as we listen to his presentation today, you have a sense that they have a vision, they're focused, and they're executing. And so I applaud you. You're doing a great job, and we appreciate everything you've done. Thank you. So why don't we take a 10-minute break, and then Brian, you're up.
Yeah, exactly. You won't take an hour and a half. Like Rumble.
Yeah. Thanks. I was interested in music.
We could gather everyone up.
Do that with authority, Chairman.
I'd first recognize the Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was so excited to hear Ted's presentation, I forgot to do something earlier this morning, and we're starting kind of a new tradition for our new Regents. It was actually inspired by Regent Huckabee when he first came on board. And tie selection is an important thing sometimes, and so each of our new Regents and Regent Steinmetz, I think you got one too, you received a box today that hopefully have quality ties that represent our two institutions, our general academic institutions. So you've got red and black and blue and gold, and so you can, I think they're pretty good ties. So you'll always have a uniform to wear. So
Why
anyway,
did that start, Chancellor?
well, we were talking about there was a tie selection.
Slow, but not that slow.
Only bitter mistake he's ever made.
Yes, sir. Only.
Anyway, congratulations.
But he rebounded.
Got him.
Hey, please thank Terry for picking them out this time.
That's true. Bought him at a good deal.
Yeah. Oh, did we leave the price tag on? Well, that's
Only
another
do that
prediction
one.
we'll have to keep then.
We better not see him on eBay, okay?
Mr. Chairman, we're ready to proceed with Angelo State.
President May.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I think in the spirit of strategic alliance and strategic planning, I'm sure I was planned after Mitchell to get us back on track. So in that strategy, I'll try to help you out. This picture that you see before us is the new Archer College of Health and Human Services building. And if you'll notice that tree in the middle, I had made it quite plain to the architects and Mr. Molina about trees that they weren't a big problem for me if we took them out, but it was like an out-of-body experience. I did save that tree the other day, and they were quite surprised about it, but it's going to be a beautiful building when we get through, and we're excited about it. To go forward, let's just start with the list of things that we are going through there at Angelo State University. To start with is the fall enrollment, and you can see it's up 13% from 15 to 16. And this spring, which was released just a few days ago, we have our largest enrollment in spring enrollment at Angelo State has ever experienced. And we're now over 1,500 students in graduate studies. If you remember, just a few years ago, seems like a few years ago, but our graduate student numbers were in the 300s. And so now we're over 1,500. Enrollment outside the service area, you can see too that we're getting students from all over. That's grown again, up around 13%. And I'll go back to what a little bit what Ted is saying, is that Angelo State for years was just a default. You know, if they really couldn't go somewhere else, they would go ahead and stay at home, and most of our students actually came from the Concho Valley. But we're becoming more and more a destination. Out of the 254 counties in Texas, we have 222 counties are represented at Angelo State. We have from 27 different states and 17 different countries. So we have a large outreach, I would call it, and I think our aggressive recruiting is paying off. And I can state, too, for the fall, I know we'll be up again. I think we'll be really close to that 10,000 number that we were given the charge to try to get by 2020, and we're going to be real close to that next fall. Look at the next line is graduate student enrollment. As I said a while ago, it continues to climb, and we think, though, that there is a plateau to that. Once we get most of our graduate programs filled where we are and the market saturated, so to keep that trend going, we need to add more graduate degrees. And I'll be talking about that in just a moment. It's going to be a major initiative for us over the next couple of years. The number of students on CAR scholarship continue to climb. I'm going to show you a graph here in a moment where the that the amount of car scholarship per student is going to go down slightly. It's not because of the total money we receive to give out car scholarships. It's simply we have more students now that are on car scholarship. So that to me, it's still a great scholarship. And I want to also to let you know that we'll cover it in a moment, but this last spring, 40% of our graduates at the spring commencement had no debt whatsoever. So it's something that we're very proud of. And then if we look at the dual credit, of course, this is an initiative that I brought before the Regents 2.5 years ago to see if y'all would approve that. And it's certainly been one that y'all took a leap of faith in going with us in that. Very, very satisfying. And we have a huge number, as you can see, of 2,300 students this last fall. That will go up again this coming fall, but it will be in two different areas, one of the existing schools themselves, but we're adding 2 more schools or school districts that will be in the West Texas area that will be paying tuition. They won't be on car scholarship, but they want to be a part of our program. The international student enrollment, you see it's going up. We have a very large contingent of Korean students, but we have branched out and we have a large group coming in just this past fall from Vietnam. That has been one of the most satisfying experiments we've had so far. We had around 23 students from Vietnam. Their average GPA for the fall was 3.87. So they came in very well versed in the English language, but not only that, they excelled in the classroom, and we're going to continue to work on that. I did visit with Mr. Huffaker yesterday. We will be bringing something to you, hopefully in the next 6 months. You have something, John?
Do they stay through graduation to impact our 4-year graduation rate, or to
Most of the we initially set most of that up as just a 1-year deal, but now they are staying, and we think that that's going to become more the norm, especially with the Vietnamese students, that they're going to stay to graduation. But we have graduated the Koreans as well as some Europeans.
Can I ask a question on that then? That raises another question that I would wonder is if they're coming and leaving, does that hurt your retention rates? Or does it
Not really. We make sure we have ways of moving them to different categories, and we usually too, they come in with more than freshman hours. They're not taking necessarily freshman courses. So the freshman to freshman retention rate, it really doesn't count them at all. But as I said, I talked to Mr. Huffaker. We are looking currently at an agreement, working out an agreement with a campus that we would establish in China. It would be in the city of Zhuhai, which is near Macau. I've previously visited this campus. It's a brand new campus practically. It's only 12 years old, but it has 30,000 students, and they house all the faculty, all the staff, and all the students on their campus. But they would like an American presence, and it'll be something as we move forward that we'll be coming to you with later on. The number of students enrolled in the honors program, this was something that I took the initiative. I was wanting to try to keep this very exclusive, but the number of students that we're bringing in that have the qualifications, we just have a hard time not going ahead and accepting them. We have raised the requirements to get into honors twice, and yet it's still growing. And so this was something that the board really wanted us to grow going back 6 or 7 years ago. And I'm glad that the board really pushed us in this direction because we've had some outstanding students. If we look at the first-year retention rate, this is something that we can be proud of. We continue to grow that, and we have, from fall to spring, we again saw another uptick this year that we can report next year, that our first-year retention rate continues to improve, as well as second-year retention rate. Now it looks at something that we have a huge challenge and we are behind in, and that's at 4-year graduation rate and 6-year graduation rate. Both of those went down. And I want to explain that we had a couple of classes that are going through at the end that underperformed every single semester that they were there. And it was a lot of students that came in under file review, and that's something we don't do anymore. We've raised those admission criteria to avoid this, but certainly it's something that we're not willing to give up is rigor or quality of the education. You know, we're trying to do everything we can to make sure that they do succeed, and I can tell you from the figures that we have within our database that this will improve. But it's certainly something that Angelo State as an institution needs to improve and to get much higher in our rank when you look across the state. And the total degrees awarded went down just slightly this last year, and that again is because of these two classes that are going through. But they will evolve and move out, and we know that number will turn around dramatically. And then the sustaining of our Hispanic population and demographics is going to continue to grow. If you look at that target going out to 2020, I would suspect that it could be even much larger than 37%. It could be in the 40s. And we are aggressively recruiting all minorities, but certainly due to our demographics in West Texas, that's something that's going to continue to grow.
Can we ask a question on that?
Yes.
Or would you rather we wait till you finish your presentation?
No, I'd prefer to go ahead and address it while we have it here.
How do your entrance requirements compare to TTU's entrance requirements?
If we just use the ACT score, the ACT score coming into Texas Tech, I think is 21, is it not?
The average is more like 25.
The minimum.
Yeah, you're right.
The minimum is 21. The minimum for Angelo State is 17. But we had a file review clause in there where we could actually look below 17, or if they weren't in the top quartile, that we could accept some of those students as well. Now, there are some of those students that did succeed. And so if you think about it, you know, we gave them a chance, but a big portion of them did not. The file review below 17 is something that we're not doing now. And we will probably come to the Board of Regents in the next year and a half to 2 years as we continue to grow to even to move up that admission requirement. Of course, when you do that, you still need to be aware, you know, as a regional institution, we're the ones that are taking chances on kids that can't get in somewhere else. And so we also don't want to get, you know, completely do away with that, but certainly with our growth and ability for us to now be a bit more rigid in how we admit students will help us as well as help them, but it'll help us significantly in graduation rate and retention rate.
And what do you think the game-changing thing is that you could do to get your six-year graduation rate up?
It's already in place. It's already in place. When we started the freshman college, which is something unique to Angelo State, when we started intensive counseling, intensive advising, to a much higher degree, we require a freshman orientation course that we call the signature course. And it's an 8-week course that is required of all students at Angelo State, and it's also required for the degree. So it's not something that they pay for that doesn't count. But it's a 1-hour course, and we know through that in the freshman college that we created, this is already going to change. But what's driving these negative numbers are some classes that came in 5 and 6 years ago that are just going through the pipeline.
Special effort to help the kids coming in stick around. How long has that been going on? Is this a new program, or you've been doing it?
It's been going on for, I think we got our initial funding for that 3 years ago.
So you haven't seen, they haven't moved all the way through. But
that's right. We're just now seeing some of them reach their senior year. Of course, there was, you know, we have a lot of students too that, as well as Texas Tech, that have dual credit when they arrive at Angelo State. And so some of them are graduating in 2 and 3 years.
But your first year retention rate of roughly 2/3, those kids have been through the programs that you're.
Yes, yes, they have.
So that's about as good as we're gonna be able to look at, is keeping 2/3 of them?
No, sir, we're going to continue to work at that. I think we can continue to make strides as we raise these admission standards as going forward. We look at that. I would think we can get our first year retention rate in the 70s. I do.
By when?
I would say that's, we got it out there at 2020, but certainly I think we could get there probably quicker than that.
Got it.
I already know that we're going to have it higher next year. It'll be 68 next year.
You said by when?
Yeah, I know.
When do you think you could hit a 70%? Right.
Well, as I said on the slide, our first year retention rate, it shows us getting to 70% by 2020. And I think we can probably get there within somewhere around 18 or 19. We hope to beat that. But certainly, we know we have the numbers, and we know the numbers down lower that it's going to get there, what we're doing.
Dr. May, you're certainly moving the needle if you go back to 13 and 12, which is not listed.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
my
yeah.
question. What were the numbers back then? Do you recall if you rolled back to
They
12,
were-
say?
6 or 7 points below this.
Substantial.
Yeah, we were in the bottom. We were in the bottom quartile of the entire state.
Right.
And no, and I know that Regent Steinmetz and Walker were asked about this during your hearing with the Senate about graduation rates. And it's something that I can tell you, I want us to be at the top of all regional institutions in the state. And we could do that if we raise admission standards. But you kind of got to keep all the balls in the air when you think about this. You have to look at, I know one institution in particular that's in our athletic conference, some institution that y'all are all very aware of. They raised their bottom ACT score to 20. It drastically increased their retention rate. It drastically increased their graduation rate, but they had to let go almost 70 faculty because their enrollment went down so fast. So you have to be careful, and this is something you just don't turn the knob all of a sudden. But we are growing fast enough that we'll have the capacity to raise that admission standard, and we've done it offline. We've done it.
Dr. May, I don't want this to be confused by any criticism, but letting go of 70 faculty members and getting that retention or graduation rate up is actually being more efficient. When you look at, and the conference as a whole has a less than 50%. I get that. State's putting in money and they're not getting degrees to become taxpayers. So I think that is the number. I mean,
Well,
I'm disappointed you saw my response. It wasn't very good. John Walker sat on the stage. The question was asked.
Well, too, and I know Senator Taylor, but if you look at it nationwide, and I have the figures in my briefcase I can show you, Texas is not way behind by any means. In fact, we're in the upper half to upper quartile. And when you look at what nationwide, what retention rates are and everything, and I can understand they're wanting everyone to have a degree and to get it done as quickly as possible. But I can also assure this body, as well as the Senate, Texas Senate, that every single institution in this state is working hard at getting that done. And
Do these retention numbers apply just to full-time students, or do they apply to your dual credit people and everybody else, or what's included in the numbers?
it's just full-time students on campus.
Full-time students.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman. Doing the math, your first year retention has gone up 5% or so, second year up 1 or 2%, 4-year has gone down. Is this the last year you anticipate it'll be, we'll call it the bad?
It could be one more year, but then, yes, it will turn around dramatically.
Ryan, do you have a program like Tech has, a gateway program where you can take those students that have a below
review students.
Okay.
And that's going to probably push that, but we let them stay on our campus and in our housing. And so I think that's going to
And
make
go to Howard? So they consider themselves kind of a ASU student of the future?
And I think there's another
That's
thing-
basically the way the Gateway program works, right?
Right.
We have Chairman Francis, we have two programs like that. Gateway lets them go to any community college, get 6 hours, come in. And with South Plains, we have a special program where they're actually enrolled in South Plains, but they're allowed to take courses here, and they have special mentoring.
Okay, and those, that's the program I'm talking about.
I forget what it's called.
And it,
TTAP.
okay.
You should move tech under us.
Mr. Chairman, other ways that we're trying to do this, and I told this board about this a year ago, we moved our minimum hours to be on scholarship to 15 hours a semester. We are also, which I'll talk about in a moment, we have free housing if you'll take a full load in the summers. We're putting all kinds of, we cap the fees at 12 hours, and we're pushing students not only to take 15, but 16, 17, 18, 19 hours. And they have the capacity and the aptitude to do it. And I think you'll see, you know, while we regret that where we are, but we already know it's going to improve. But it's something that we're going to have to continue to improve because the legislature will eventually, you know, there's been a lot of talk about performance-based funding, but eventually that will come about. Eventually will. And so we want to posture ourselves and be ready for that.
Mr. Chairman, interesting, HSI, it is not a very big increase, less than 1%, but 8 years ago, if everybody remembers, we were under 24%.
We were under
of our students. 8 years ago, we weren't even at HSI status 8 years ago. So we've grown that program significantly, and it looks like it's not a very big number, but through 8 years that I'm aware of, it was under 24%.
But you have to remember, too, that that percent is of a lot larger population, too. So our Mexican-American or Hispanic organizations are the largest organizations on campus by a long ways. They're leaders. And so I can tell you they feel very much at home with us.
Brian, have you ever considered taking this priority and breaking it in two, where you had increased enrollment as a priority and separately be focused on this retention? Is it just not enough of a concern to you to do that?
Well, I do have it. Maybe I don't understand. How do you mean?
Well, I think it's when I saw your priority list and I looked at what the problem was, and to me, the retention rate's red, but it's, I mean.
Graduation rate, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, graduation rate.
I thought you were
However we
testing
wanna
me
do
to
this,
see if I was
it's a
watching.
retention problem. So what we're doing is we're keeping people, to me, it's worse because we're keeping them not a first year, not a second year. They're leaving in their third and fourth year, which means they have a substantial amount of debt potentially, and then they depart without a degree. This is a big problem. And so my thought was, could we not say, yes, enrollment's important, but retention and graduation's so important, we're going to create a separate priority for it.
You have to keep them all out there, and they're all so interdependent that you know, there's a lot of reasons that we were losing them as juniors, and a lot of reasons we were losing them as seniors. You could say that the oil field had a part in that. You could say a lot of different things, you know, but they were weak from the very first semester they were there. We knew they were there. We were doing everything we could to change their culture, but we weren't. And but we know now, and you know, sometimes you have to go all the way down before you can go back up. So I would say that we know now where we don't want to take students at, because we're not doing them, as you said, or the state, any favors by taking a student that can't make it.
Can I ask one more question? Have you drilled into these numbers to see what they look like from the CAR scholarship students are their graduation and retention rates significantly different than the student population as a whole?
Absolutely. They're a lot higher. They're 10 percentage points higher. And as well as the students coming in with dual credit. So,
But even at
but that's your
10% higher, the 6-year graduation rate for a car scholarship student would be less than 50%. Is that correct?
sorry. Could you
If you just look at the 6-year graduation rate for just students who've received car scholarships, and you said you think it would be 10% higher than the student body as a whole. The student body as a whole is the 6-year graduation rate is I'm almost blind 36%. So it'd be 46% for the car students.
I don't know what the graduation rate was. I was talking about retention rate, because that's something I would have to get back to you as far as the graduation rate specifically for car graduates.
But you have performance standards.
Yeah, I do, because the car, in order to keep the car, they have to.
I guess my question,
they'll get out in 4 years.
As trustees of the Car Foundation and people who were on the car committee last year, are we wisely spending their money on students who wind up getting an education?
Absolutely.
Or is a bunch of it going to students who don't wind up graduating?
Oh, no, it's going to the top students. And their retention rates and graduation rates far exceed the average of what's being stated here.
Are you now sorry that you allowed me to ask questions in the middle of your presentation?
No, I'm getting through it. I kind of knew there was going to be some weak spots in this deal, but...
Hey, Dr. May, I think it's worth noting, and Dr. Skuvenek, what is the 6-year graduation rate at TTU?
60%.
Okay, so Regent Hammonds, I just want you to know kind of where the benchmark is, because unfortunately, nationwide, it's significantly lower than what you would just think at first glance. And so the needle that you have moved, although really 15 to 16, we knew there would be that dip, and you predicted it. I think you're making tremendous progress. I wanted him to know where the benchmark was, because it's 91% at the Ivies, 92%.
Well, there's a direct correlation between the starting ACT scores and graduation.
Almost.
So the higher your standards going in, the higher the graduation.
Correlation to that,
It's
Regent
also
Francis.
a correlation between the cost of the education. If you're sending a kid to a $250,000 a year private school, they graduate. And it's when you do those studies and look at those numbers, I mean, that people brag about the graduation rates of some of these northeastern schools, but it's when you're sending a kid to a school that's going to cost that much, they graduate.
And that probably starts K through 12, leading up to it.
I have it.
One more question. Dual credit students are on car.
Yes, sir.
So if you add the numbers, half your students basically are on a car scholarship.
Yes, sir.
That's 5,300. We're about 9,000, so approximately half our students on a car scholarship.
Yes, sir. And that's why, when I stated earlier that 40% of the graduates last spring were debt-free. That's a huge number. It's a huge number.
Yeah. Well, I think our goal some days, we would hope every student would have some portion of the car, but having it increase so significantly through the last few years of having half our students on the car is a major accomplishment.
I'm gonna request that Ted actually go under ASU. Right.
The car.
We get that car, we will. I would like to go to the next slide.
Before we leave that, I think.
Oh, sorry, John.
I just wanted to make a quick comment. Two quick comments. You mentioned earlier when we were going over some of the numbers on the slide that you have a significant amount of students outside of the service area. And I'll go back to the comment that was made about HSI. I don't think I realized that it was that 8 years ago what that number was. I know when I arrived, you were already there, and there was less discussion about what had been successful in getting you there. I think first I want to commend you for that to date, because you clearly have a handle on not just your community, but outside your enrollment. I mean, that's impressive that 222 counties are represented out of the 254 in the state. So you're doing a great job of appealing to students outside of that scope, which is, one, great. Two, The state certainly has a reflection of Hispanic population growth that is reflected here, but you're doing a better job than other institutions that we've seen the numbers for. I think that speaks to what you've established as a culture within the staff. You mentioned one was the organizations on the campus. I want to applaud you for that, and two, even ask the question, what else do you think has given you that success? Because it is clearly working in this area.
I know it sounds kind of corny, but we just talk about family a lot. And in Hispanic culture, family's huge. And we send out recruiters with that message. And, you know, some of our biggest growing areas are Tarrant County, Dallas County, Harris County, Travis County, Bexar County, you know, major metropolitan areas. And we're going in, you know, we're going in some of those high schools, and we're talking about round fam, with family and the culture. And we explain to them, you know, I know it sounds very silly, but we explain to them they can be back home in a half a day. And I tell you, to their parents and their grandparents, that's huge. And while it's a ways from them, we show them the highways that connect back to those communities. It's a niche that hits into our wheelhouse. And I'll give credit to Dr. Flores as well, your old roommate, that he gets it. But the people working under him get it too, and I think that's why we're doing as well as we are.
Well,
the thing, you know, you can, and I know a lot of the regents have asked me, well, how much did you grow without dual credit? We grew dramatically. We have the largest population on our campus that we have ever experienced. And I've asked the city to install 2 traffic lights just so people can get out of the parking lot. It's that different. And I can tell you the entire city is excited about it. But let me show you this next slide. The international student growth, as I talked about a while ago, I think this is something we can really capitalize on. You know, I had a lot of experience in my job prior to coming back to teaching in Asia. I was there in Asia probably 5-6 times a year. And I understand, while you think the Asian culture is very homogeneous, but it's not. There's as much difference between Koreans and Chinese as there are between U.S. citizens in Germany. I mean, it's that. So, but we have embraced it. And I will tell you, too, that we are completely surrounded by churches, our campus is. And they have embraced them as well. They've changed the name on their sign to put the name of their church in Korean and Taiwanese and Mandarin Chinese, just to let those students know. So I'm really excited about that. I think it's something, but you would think, well, we're giving them a great gift. But really, they're giving us a great gift. Our West Texas students have benefited from that much more than the Asians themselves. And so I don't want to keep dwelling on that, but I just want you to know that we have a real opportunity to really make a difference in a lot of kids' lives, and our income from that is huge. So it's something. Dual credit, we're trying to create those funnels with dual credit, and we think we're starting to make that turn, and I think you'll see that over time. If you look at what Regent Long was talking about, the number of students on the CAR scholarship continues to project up. You can see, though, that the amount per student comes down, but it's not bad. And I think that we can really go there. I will tell you this. Since we've been in the tech system, we have had more income generated from the CAR fund than ever before. And so we're leveraging it to the nth degree. We're not leaving money on the table. We're spending it. And the beauty of it is we do have enough capacity. If we do go in the red, we can put a post under it. So I think this could change with the price of oil, but it's certainly still a significant.
I have one more question, Mr. Chairman. You and I have talked many times about a name change. This group has talked about name change. Do you think the name Angelo State now is getting more known in our state? You think you're people out in the field are making a difference with our name?
I think most definitely, in the amount of exposure that we've gotten over the last 4 or 5 years has dramatically allowed us to penetrate our name recognition, especially in the metroplex areas of Texas. And I know that a lot of our evidence is anecdotal, Mickey, but I would say to you is if we were to go out and do a real survey, we could show that it is drastically improved. It's drastically improved. But being associated with Texas Tech has also made a big difference as well.
You know, for a number of years, and I don't remember the numbers, but outside 10 counties out of San Angelo, nobody knew of Angelo State. You know, so, you know, we've got to do a good job of selling that.
That's exactly right.
Our area.
I agree. But, you know, if you look at, you know, one of the faster growing institutions in the state is Tarleton. That name in of itself is really difficult, in my opinion. But eventually, I don't know what you would call it, but it's kind of when you get over that hump, all of a sudden you got recognition, and then it grows. But you gotta capture that momentum and keep it going. If we look at our quality, and I think it's important, number of lower division taught by tenure track faculty with terminal degrees, the number of students taking online courses. Ted was talking about this earlier. That's really in our wheelhouse. We have been very successful in online degrees and online courses for almost 15 years now. And in the summer, 60% of our total offering is online. And so we know that, and we struggle with that, you know, to make sure we continue the rigor and to the assessment and to be ready for that. The number of course offerings online, you can see are at 24% as a whole. And it's a dynamic that you wouldn't expect. But we have students living on our campus, and when they look at the sections to enroll for, they pick their online ones first. Now, as a faculty member, it's kind of embarrassing. I thought they would love to come hear me talk about things, but it's still something. I still think, especially for the STEM courses and where we have labs, that's hard to reproduce in an online capacity, but we continue to look at it. The number of students online you see in the summer up to 48%. The free summer housing has gone down some, and the reason that is because we lowered the requirements. You had to stay on campus before you moved off. It used to be 60 hours, and we lowered that to 30 hours. We further tweaked it this year to where they just had to be on there 2 long semesters. But and what Mr. Molina will show you in a moment, we're about to increase our housing, and but we need it. And but we're doing great in this. If you look at that, that commitment on behalf of the school to those students is about $300,000 a year, is what we're putting back into those students' pockets by allowing them to stay on campus. It's also worked great for our student athlete who needs to stay there in the summer. But this too, Regent Hammonds, this will affect our graduation rate. And I can tell you it will be dramatic because these kids are getting 12 hours in the summer. And so when you think about that, you know, it's a lot different. And to tell you, just to use an example in the student athlete, your current basketball coach, Chris Beard, used to be at Angelo State. Prior to him coming to Angelo State, we graduated 10 basketball players in 7 years. Since Chris Beard had been there until now, which is 4 years, we've graduated 28 basketball players, men's basketball players. And a big portion of that is because of this free summer housing. The passage rate in nursing is still in the top 20% of the country. We're at 93. It was a weak spot for us. And Ed was talking about accreditation bodies. We too have probably a half a dozen different accreditation bodies that we have to answer to, one being nursing, teacher certification, is still real high. Of course, physical therapy, which is our kind of our star program, it's the only doctoral program we have. We have 100% passage rate in physical therapy. What I'm also proud about physical therapy is we have 100% hiring or placement rate. They have, and I'm sure Ted has it too, but they have their choice of many different schools. And then our medical school acceptance rate, it went down in 2015, and those numbers will come out later this spring for 2016. But we've always had a very high acceptance rate for comparing us to other regional institutions. And primarily it's due to the CAR scholarship, because we can reach out and get some of the top students in the country. I will tell you this last week, we did announce our distinguished CAR scholars, and we will be doing signing ceremonies with them. But they are some of the best. We're competing with Rice, we're competing with Trinity, we're competing, of course, with UT, Texas Tech for some of these kids. And we're giving them significantly more than what it takes to go to school to come to Angelo State. But we're getting some of them, and I think that's going to continue to bode well. New academic programs, the engineering program that we established, and I will tell you that has opened up so many avenues for our students at ASU to have civil engineering on campus. And the amount of support that we were able to get for civil engineering, really, it was no burden to have this going. We built all of our laboratories completely with donated money. We had grant funds for the bulk of our salaries for the first 2 or 3 years. And so I think we're now at about 5 engineering faculty, and we're about to add another one. And obviously the next step would be to go to mechanical engineering. And we, in this new engineering laboratory that was completely donated to ASU, we have built in that a mechanical engineering lab in preparation for this. So it would be something that we could move. This could be 18, it could be 19, but it's certainly something we think would work. Just recently, one of our engineering faculty, our new engineering faculty, got an NSF grant for engineering education. So there's a lot of research dollars for engineering that even a small school like Angelo State can attain. A master's in social work is something we currently have a program with UT Arlington, and we're about ready to separate from them and have our own MSW, which is very demanding. There's a lot of demand for MSW. Master of Science in Computer Science, completely online. We have a software company in San Angelo that just added about 200 employees over the last couple of years. It's one of the fastest growing software companies in the country. It's called Time Clock Plus, and it's all about time management for institutions. We even have it at Angelo State. They already have told us they could supply over 200 of their employees if we could get a Master of Science online in Computer Science. The Master of Science in Computer Science is completely full across the state. So we know that there's capacity to do this. We would hire new faculty for this. An EDD and education would be a new doctorate for us, and this would be focused on training faculty to deliver online courses. So it would be a kind of a twist. And then the EDD and nurse educator, this is something that we wanted really bad, but we have gotten significant pushback from the coordinating board. And to tell you the truth, when we started talking about collaboration between the institutions, I think this would be a great opportunity if both Ted and Rick joined with Angelo State and we did this together. We could put part of our faculty, part of Ted's faculty, part of Rick's faculty in this, and I think this would get us across the line. The end result of this, we're not going to make a bunch of money on this, but what it will do is it will crank out faculty in nursing, which is the real bottleneck in nursing. It's not the number of nursing schools. It's not the number of nursing applicants. We're turning away twice as many nursing applicants than we take. And I'm sure Ted and Rick are doing the same. We don't have enough nursing faculty. This would change that. They started this at the University of Alabama. We found out about it. We've already hired one faculty member from that program. It's great. So I think to get us over the line, we need to partner with our other HSCs. And, you know, it'd be something that we would just use, for lack of a better term, venture capital. I mean, we wouldn't even be worried about the return on this. The return would be getting more nursing faculty. And then we want to continue to increase our online and summer presence. And I've already talked about that. External proposals, I will say that Angelo State is primarily a teaching institution. And so the proposals that we have gone up slightly, or they're about the same if you look at it across the whole board. We do have, as I said like a while ago, we have an NSF grant. We have grants from the Federal Department of Education, U.S. Department of Agriculture. We have federal money, state money, private money, foundation money going into our research. But you have to remember, too, every single one of our faculty members do not have, none of them have a research appointment. So they're all teaching a full load. And so that is typical of regional institutions, but certainly something we embrace research, especially with our robust undergraduate research program. Then the total external dollars, if you'll look in the footnote down there, the security studies, federal earmark ran out, and so you saw a drop off there, but it'll be something that we continue to try to build back up. And then the number of students involved in undergraduate and graduate research is about the same, essentially, but it's something that we're pushing harder, and we're trying to look at trying to give some of our faculty more time to do research. The number of documented K through 12 students participating in outreach, we're working a lot with our local schools. We've done this forever. It's something that really is in our strength. And then if you look at our WED Center, which includes the Laura Bush Institute, we have an incredible number of hours that we're spending in our outreach centers, especially for health education and wellness education and what we're trying to do there. I will talk a little bit about what y'all have said in the way of counseling and psychiatric services. 3 years ago, we did a request for a proposal to turn over our campus clinic to the hospitals, and we did that, and Shannon won that, and in doing that, they saved us an incredible amount of money, a couple $100,000 a year. We took every bit of that money and put it back into counseling, the number of employed counselors that we have on campus, and the growth in counseling in the last 7 years has been over 1,000%. The millennial students, this generation doesn't have a stigma attached to going to a counselor, to a psychiatrist, as it was in our generation. And so if there's a need, we want to provide it. And I will say, too, that campus clinic, Shannon took one extra step. We have what we call RAM-Tram, and I know John has seen it. It's free transportation we provide to our students to go to the picture show or to Walmart or to the mall. But in that, we also go by the Shannon clinics all over town. So anytime they need medical attention, all they have to do is take their student ID to a Shannon clinic if it's after hours on the campus clinic, and they get free medical. And so that, we think we're serving both areas, both on the counseling and psychiatric need, but as well as their wellness and sickness. And then I know the board is very well aware of the sports medicine clinic that we're going to be constructing on campus. That is being completed, and that's going to have huge benefits to athletics as well as a whole.
Have they demoed the old building?
Not yet. They're going to start in about a month, you think, Angie?
Yeah, it should be about the middle of March.
At the middle of March. The total student credit hours, of course, is going up with enrollment. Total weighted student credit hours is going up. The percent of administrative costs, we have held that about the same, but in real dollars, it's gone up too. The total endowment in millions of dollars, that's just a market adjustment. That could turn around any day now. And of course, everybody saw the performance we had with the long-term fund this fall has been dramatically up. And so we think that this will change along with that. But if you look at what we're trying to do, we need to raise more money, we need to put more money into endowments. Right now, or these last 3 years, we've raised a considerable amount of money, way above what most regional institutions raise. But it was for new programs and facilities and venues. Now we're going to try to turn that focus and go more to what Ted was talking about endowments. Endowments that'll be there long term. And you can also see the total budget revenue is going up. The space utilization is about the same. And then operating expenses, we've kept that about flat, but that's something that's we constantly look at ways to be more efficient. And then if you look at the total funds raised annually, we were at $15 million last year. I would love to have what Ted said, raising $1 million a month. That would be great. But a lot of our funds come in large checks for different programs or different things. And I will tell you, it's going to be hard for us to maintain that without creating a bunch more programs or new facilities. And so I think that will go down. You know, if you look at the regional institutions in Texas that are of our similar size, their annual funds raised are somewhere between $500,000 to $2.5 million a year. That's about what they raise. So what we've been doing for the last 3 or 4 years is kind of outside the line, so to speak. And so I don't say we're gonna try to push it down, but I'm just trying to be realistic in telling you that probably to sustain that kind of, unless we do what Regent Walker says, we continue to find those guys that are getting those frac wells, well, we might get something more. This is just a summary of what we've gone over, but I would want to talk a little bit about what we've done since we've been in the Texas Tech system, which this is our 10th year. And if you look at all that far right column, everything's been positive. Everything's been positive. And I think that joining the Tech system, for sure, since we've become a 4-year institution, was the biggest thing and the game changer for us. But you can see everything from enrollment to retention to graduation rates, and it's significant. And then the number of programs that we've added, from freshman college to the Center for Security Studies to naming of departments and colleges, and LaLar Bush adding the doctoral program, going down to different types of student services and awards and recognition. And I didn't go through a lot of that, but there is one I want to talk about. If you look down, of course, the Princeton Review has been something that we constantly tout, but I want to talk about great colleges to work for. This is conducted by the Chronicle of Higher Education, and it's something that all institutions try to go for. And there's 12 criteria, and if you get a favorable on 3 of them, you're considered a great college to work for, which is kind of a low bar, actually. But nevertheless, the last 2 years in a row, we've been on the honor roll of the great place to work for. 2 years ago, we got 10 out of 12. Last year, we got 11 out of 12. And there was only 3 institutions in America that got 12 out of 12. I'm convinced they cheated. But if you have 9 out of 12, you're considered to be on the honor roll. We are the only state institution in Texas, public institution in Texas, that's been on the honor roll for the last 2 years. So we have a high morale on campus. But they also send to you every single comment. And I can tell you there are a lot of them about myself that I need to do things better. So there's always room for improvement. And I'm certainly sensitive to that, and I want you to know we're trying hard to get it going in the right direction. And then talking about facilities, Mr. Molina will show y'all that we're going to bring to you today a dorm wing that we're going to add. We hope this will help. We are continuing to work in development, but as I told you, probably going forward, we're going to work harder with the endowments, and I know the chancellor, he's talked about that as well. I'll just throw it open for questions.
We thought Michael was going to come with another naming for the baseball.
Well, don't laugh. You know, Regent Francis and I, we're really close about that kind of thing. But I will tell you,
Not named,
he
the men's restroom.
Well,
Doesn't mean it doesn't have a name on it.
you know, I walk across to some of these private campuses. They even name the trees. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities out there.
Absolutely.
And we have probably half a dozen buildings on campus that don't have names. And so we're looking for those kind of opportunities, Regent Long. But we will continue to do so.
Look at me.
Sorry?
Nothing.
A lot of millionaires being created in your region, and
Yes, sir.
your ability to tap into them is, I think.
Well, ultimately, I mean, there are some wealth screening things, and you go out and you make cold calls, but ultimately you're asking money from your friends. That's it. That's ultimately what you're doing. If they're not your friend, you need to make them a friend. And so that's part of it. I mean, to me, and my success in my life has been to work with my friends, and they trust what you're going to do with their money. And so, you know, it can't just be, well, we're just gonna put it to do this. You have to be very specific, and I think we have a good team in development with the system, and I think it's going to be fruitful. We just got to figure out a different way.
Questions? Comments?
On our call in advance of this with you and Ted, one of the questions I ask is, let's look out 20 or 25 years. And that might be really important for you guys, because if we look at the 10 years, you've gone through a major transition. You were really a very regionalized Concho Valley, as you say, and you've gone through a big transition. It'd be very interesting for you to think about 10, 15, 20 years from now, how you would see Angelo State.
Well, I'll tell you, you know, I spoke with the chancellor. I also spoke with Regent Long about this. We have the space, and I think, you know, the way the higher ed model works is that growth is crucial. And if you look at it, as long as you can maintain quality and rigor in the degrees and place your students upon graduation, I don't see, you know, in 25 years from now why we shouldn't be at 25,000 students. I think we have the capacity to do it. I think we'll have to develop more infrastructure. But we're getting the name recognition out there now. I think the benefit of the Carr Foundation is a big portion of that. But we've tried to be out in front. When you look at change, we were way out there in front on online delivery, ahead of many of our colleagues and peers. We are the #1 university, four-year institution in dual credit, and I think, you know, that's going to also create funnels. So as long as we stay with those kinds of culture, awareness that we need to constantly be moving, you know, and when the trumpet sounds, don't let your feet stand still. That's
Let me ask exactly the opposite question, and I don't want you to answer really, because I think it
I like
has
that
other
kind.
implications. I know in business, we have a tendency to do things that way because we've always done it that way. And we start things and we get emotionally attached to them and we continue to do them. And frankly, we talk about strategic planning, but we don't talk that much about sessions on house cleaning. And I think that it is healthy every now and then. I know one time on a retreat, I went in and I said, we're shutting down the whole company. And, but we're going to start the company with a new name. And I'd like for all of you to think about what our company's going to do. It was kind of amazing the things that we were doing then, that if we could just start all over again, we wouldn't be doing today. And I think it's another way of we've got institutions or education institutions are like businesses. We do things because we've always done them that way. And there are probably some things that we're emotionally attached to that maybe, we probably should do some house cleaning on. And you don't have to answer it, but I think it's a good exercise.
There's the change that higher ed in general has gone through in the last 15 years has been nothing short of phenomenal. And it's hard to know where we're going to be. When the University of Phoenix came out, I told every one of my colleagues in the department that I was teaching in that would not work. And needless to say, I was wrong. So we have to constantly be looking at what's out there, what's next. In a professional institution like medical schools, law schools, they're looking at new research, new ideas, new ways to do whatever they need to do for their discipline. But ours, change is much more dramatic, and we need to constantly be looking at, I would say, every program we have, whether we need to keep it, or we need to add to it, and we try to do that. And but you've got to be moving, because this is a very, very competitive business, very competitive. But I would like to hope that Angelo State, and the Chancellor gave me, when we were talking about this, I would hope that Angelo State, with their capacity for scholarship, could reach out and get more national merit finalists, more national merit scholars. I mean, right now we're paying $12,000 above what it costs to go to ASU to get some of these students. But we're in competition with a lot of good institutions. But we have some of the undergraduate programs that are ranked at the top in the country. And so we're trying to pick out those specific strengths that we have and then go get students to put in them. But I think we have but you got to keep as I said, all the perspectives. But I will tell you, there are a lot of people in higher ed right now that couldn't have dreamed where we are today. They couldn't have dreamed because, and a big portion of it's online delivery and dual credit. I mean, that's such a game changer.
Question?
I have
one question. I think your budget's about 113 million or something like that, more or less.
100. The corpus of the ARF?
No, the operating budget.
Oh, operating revenue. Okay. Oh, the
Well,
budget. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cost.
113 million. Yes, sir.
Right, and so the revenues are about that. So out of the revenues, I'm not sure what they are, but is it close to half that would come from student paid fees or tuition? Probably. That's, I'm not trying to pinpoint you, but really the thrust of my question then is, it is probably something like that. So the question is, do you have any idea what % of those student paid fees are funded from student loans? In other words, how dependent is our system, so to speak, really on the student loan system?
Well, if you look at our institution or even state or nationwide, the Texas grant and the loans and the Pell grants and everything, or state money going into that to fund student fees is probably 50% easy, I would say.
Of what so
But I'm just,
the checks that the students write, so to speak, probably half of their source of funding is government-related programs of one form or the other.
Now, it's less at Angelo State because we have such a large endowment for our scholarships. But if you look at it statewide or nationwide, it's huge. The thing about student debt, a lot of that is incurred because the federal loans that they offer to them, and they have to tell them when they give them, when they fill out what we call a FAFSA, which is a form that tells all this stuff, they have to say, you know, you can get this much in Pell Grant, but you can also get this much in loan. And what the problem is about that could be sometimes they don't even need that loan, but they take it. And it's not necessarily for tuition and fees. They use it to live on.
Right.
And they give them extra money to live on. Now, what we're trying to do at Angelo State, especially in that signature course, is try to teach some financial control or financial expertise that don't take that loan. Don't take it. It's so critical. And all too often, I'm afraid too, that the media slants this a little bit because what they say when a student, the average college graduate owes this much money, they don't put into that average the number of students that had no debt. They only take the average of the students who owe money. So to me, that's skewed.
Right.
And so, but we, because of what the state legislature has pushed, and we all know, you know, the media and the constant reminders that we need to do everything we can to keep costs down. My biggest tool that I know, or I say mine, but the Angelo State is to try to maximize the number of hours that they take, to lower that fixed cost and by taking extra hours. These students can do it. I was part of the culture for 10 years myself as a faculty member that said, you know, you're taking chemistry, why don't you just take 12 hours? Or you're taking biology, why don't you just take 12 hours? And we put a glass ceiling.
Capacity utilization.
Absolutely. And I tell you, Regent Lewis,
leverage.
We shouldn't have done that, Regent Lewis. We should have told them, you know, you can not only take chemistry, you can take biology at the same time, and you can take government and history and everything else, and take 18 hours. And because they can do it. They can do it. And we're pushing them to do that. We're supporting them. And but that's what we have to continue to do. But I think the real fix to student debt is dual credit, long term. I really do.
Other questions, Chancellor?
This is an out of the box thought on marketing, and I think that we've always talked about the name of, we talked about it a little bit today, of Angelo State University, and Chairman Long and I have talked about that before, and I think when this transition occurred, when Angelo State was brought into the system, I think one of the agreements was we wouldn't change the name. But I'm wondering, if you look at the front of this document here that you have, and you look at member Texas Tech University system, Texas Tech University system spends a lot of money marketing its brand, the Double T. And I'm wondering, I know that Texas Tech system is proud that Angelo State is a member of us, and we think that, you know, it's been a great relationship. What if you were to put right after system or before member just a Double T, and add that as a kind of a marketing deal, so that there is all that, just reading it doesn't give you that normal brand association, but seeing the Double T does. And I'm just wondering if, I don't know how that would go over with your faculty and alumni, but just an idea. And I've meant to look several times I've been there, and I've always forget. So when I was looking today, that kind of dawned on me, is that wouldn't that be a way maybe to marry both of us better in a branding idea. And you take advantage of a lot of the branding that Texas Tech already does, the investments in that. And I don't know how you would feel about that. I'm really not asking for an answer. I'm just kind of.
Our sign doesn't have the double T on it, the Angelo State, does it?
Sorry?
All the signs in the corner of the campuses.
They have Texas Tech
just-
University system.
Yeah, but it doesn't have our double T.
No.
Like we talked about one time.
It depends on how you're doing in football and that kind of thing. We kind of measure that. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You know, we did put up a lot more Christmas lights too.
I think while you're talking, one of the things is branding is a very important thing about what we do, and I think that we both and Angelo benefit from that branding.
Well, I do. I think it's a great idea, and you know, I can certainly, we can enhance that by watching what you know, Dr. Topliff, our provost, he came from West Texas A&M, and look at what the A&M schools have used with their, and I'm certainly, Gary knows about that as well. You know, and try to take off what they've done and apply that with the double T. Certainly could.
Kirby has told me in the past that double T, I think, is the #1 most recognizable brand.
Nationally.
Nationally.
It's Texas Tech is, and I think the double T.
Double T, Texas Tech, yeah.
I bet there's some horned cow people that would argue with that.
Well, just an idea, and I think that's what I'm here for, but talk about it.
We sure can.
Other comments, questions? Brian, let me say that I had this chart put up, and these numbers are pretty significant and I think make us all proud. And a number of people have texted while this has been going on, because if we look at these numbers, they don't really tell the whole story. Because if you look at these numbers from 2007 to 2011, or this time in 2012, you would see flat enrollment, or actually declining enrollment. You'd see a series of metrics with a university that was geographically challenged, and its mission was challenged. It didn't know what it wanted to be when it grows up. It was a university that, out of desperation, was lowering the standards, trying to push people into a pipeline to keep numbers up, to keep faculty employed. And we hired Brian, and you look, so most of this took place over the last 5 years, since 2012, okay, is when all of this has taken place. And Ron, you talk about, tell us what are the game-changing ideas, the big ideas, and Brian really represents that. He went out and things like online, I mean, you look at, he dual credit, he did significant changes to the Carr Foundation Scholarship Award Program, really retooling that. I think he focused on degree plans that students can get jobs, okay? And all of a sudden we have a diverse and growing student population. We have rising retention rates. And through these ideas, he has slowly transitioned the campus from kind of a regional commuter school, where on the weekends there was nothing going on, to kind of a through really a focus on campus activities and infrastructure that he's put in place, kind of a growing, vibrant residential campus with all the benefits that are accrued that way. So Brian, I think on behalf of us, many of us look at what you've done and we salute you, because you have truly made a difference on your watch. And I didn't even mention your philanthropic leadership has totally changed the game there. I mean, it just didn't exist until you grabbed the bull by the horns, and whether it's that you twisted your friend's arms or you know, what you've done is working, and we want to really salute you on the behalf of all of us.
Thank you very much, sir.
Can I tag
Brian in the paper last week at the rodeo, Angelo State, I mean, not Angelo, San Angelo Rodeo was about a week ago. And there he is in his hat and his boots and his jeans, you know, out on the ground, on the floor, doing some kind of tie thing on a calf or something. So he plays the part, trust me. He plays
He's also a color announcer as well on the Wall football team.
That's right.
Hey, Mr.
Can
Chairman.
I add to that? When I got to Texas Tech in 1963, back in the dark ages, they were really, really bragging about the fact that the enrollment here had reached 10,000. So, you know, this institution, when I look at you, I see promise. I see the opportunity that Angelo State can be this, if it's managed and run properly through the decades that are ahead. And I agree with Rick, you're doing a great job of moving in that direction, and congratulate you for doing
Well,
it.
I have a great team sitting back here too. I want to.
Behind every great guy, there's other people that are greater, so.
Sure. Thank you.
I just wanted to echo your comment, but I also wanted to say, hey, Mickey, you made Angelo State. When I got here, it was just a component, and you really did remind us every day to focus on Angelo State. And obviously, you deserve most of the credit, but I assure you, Chairman Long made us remember every day that. So I hope Chairman Francis will do the same.
Yes. I tell you, when he gets off of this board, we've only had one person serve as chairman of the Board of Regents from Angelo State University. We'll find an unnamed building. It'll be about
It sounds like a big check to me, okay?
Big check.
right.
Well, certainly one of the greatest accomplishments of Chairman Long's tenure was the hiring of Brian May.
Well, thank you very much.
So, anything else? The meeting of the board will now recess and we will take a lunch break. Committee meetings will commence at approximately, Ben? 12:45. If time allows, after the last committee meeting adjourns, the board may reconvene in order to go into executive session. Otherwise, the meeting of the board will reconvene tomorrow, Friday, February 24th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you all.
They've got 30 minutes of Regent Steinmetz, I need your undivided attention. Are you ready? It's just you and I, brother. All right. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on December 15th, 2016.
So moved.
I will second that. Any comments or questions? All those in favor say aye. Aye. No opposed? Mr. Molina, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Regent Huckabee. Item 1 on the agenda today for the Facilities Committee is, give me a moment to get this started. Of course. There we go. Item 1 is at Angelo State University to approve scope expansion and budget and a budget increase to the new press box project at the LeGrand Football Stadium. Just to orient you a little bit, this is the same project we've been working on for a while. There's a few things that we are, or the ASU has come back to the table and made some refinements and improvements in the design. We are actually under construction, so this is a critical item to gain approval so we can proceed with. First of all, the 5 key things that we're changing on this are the aesthetic improvement, which is basically adding brick to match the context of the facility in the overall design of the campus. We're moving the building a little 4 foot to the west a bit to increase ingress egress traffic flow for the pedestrians and the viewers of the game. Adding an outside staircase for a secondary exit. And then an elevator, we're enlarging the elevator not only in scale but in capacity for weight bearing. And then there's some soft costs tied to that as well. So this rendering probably looks similar in scale, but the finishes are all different. This is actually the same brick that matches the Janelle Center, so it has a nice context across the field and looks like it's in scale and design in terms of the finish of the facility. If you remember, this used to be all stucco. I think this is a great improvement, and I think now that the funds are available, it's a good spend. I covered the 5 key items here already. Full brick facade in lieu of the EFIS, i.e. stucco. Relocation of the building pad 4 foot to the west. The 3-story emergency stair structure, that's all the way from top to bottom outside of the center stair, the core stair. And then we're increasing the elevator size, as I mentioned. So the budget additional request is $476,000, revising the total project budget to $3,976,000. The recommendation on the floor is to approve this as explained, the $476,000 budget, and the budget increase will be funded with a gift in hand. Dr. May, any comments on this item?
No, it's just that we do have all the money in hand, and this is coming from a private donor, Richard Meyer, so it'll be called the Meyer Press Box.
Any questions? If not, then I'll entertain a motion to approve. I'll second that. All in favor say aye. Motion carries. Mr. Molina, item number 2.
Item 2 is also at Angelo State University and is to approve a project to construct the Centennial Village Phase 2. And Dr. May referred to this earlier to get you oriented. It's on the far west and north portion of the campus. The existing Centennial Village design is a C shape. This project adds the extension at the bottom of the page where the roof lines grade in left to right, as well as architectural landscaping solutions and a new entry and a connection into the existing facility to the right, lower right portion of the screen. This is a full rendering. I would like to say this is a really great example of how a project flow should happen. So Dr. May came to us. We worked below the $1 million board approval budget to do some very deep preliminary planning. We're at a 50% construction document phase at this point, so the budget and numbers are at a GMP level, and all funding is hard. It's not projectionary costing. So, and then we're coming to the board now that we've worked through all that. That's not how all projects work. I think it's just a great example that there's no question that contractually we're locked into these numbers and we feel good about them. It matches the existing Centennial Village context, which is a mixture of brick, siding, and it is a wood frame structure. Most of the floors are replicated from top to bottom, so they're 2-bedroom units, 4-bedroom units, and then there's a hall director or RA floor. Those are single units. And then I won't go through all those, but basically they replicate all the way up, and that's just a diagram of what the committee at ASU has come up or agreed to in terms of the different singles, doubles, and quads. The scope in general is to construct a 3-story, 45,750 gross square foot addition to the existing facility of Centennial Village Residence Hall. This houses 162 beds. This is a great example of the design process. Originally, we thought we were only going to have up to maybe 120. With Dr. May's input and the growth plan that he discussed earlier, we felt like we could achieve within an attainable budget the 162 beds. So it's about 40 beds more than what we were originally expecting before we started the design process. The project does include site and utility infrastructure work, full landscape enhancements, and public art. So that's the 1% are included in this project. The addition will match the current architectural style and attach to an existing wing per the initial design concept. So that's just a keynote that this was always visioned many moons ago when the first phase 1 was done, and we're just now executing phase 2 now. Total project budget is $14,500,000. The key point here, that first construction line, is $10,891,000. We are asking for, in a moment I'll go through that, we're asking for a waiver for a CM agent or an owner rep on this project. I'll get to that in a second, but that's the line item. We're about $891,000 over the Board of Regent threshold that requires us requires us to have a owner rep in the project. The goal is to finish in July of 2018. So the recommendation is to authorize to proceed with this project, to plan it, finish the planning and design, and construct the Centennial Village project phase 2 with a total project $14,500,000, and waive the use of a construction manager agent. The reason we feel like that's okay, we have a lot of presence at ASU right now in terms of 3 to 4 other major projects. So our leadership, inspection, as well as our partners are very strong in this project, and we're down there enough. I think Dr. May has an excellent facilities director down there, Cody Gwynns, and we work closely with him on a day-to-day basis, so he's boots on the ground and eyes on site. And we feel like we could avoid maybe a 1 to 1.5% overall impact to this project without sacrificing any quality, of course, by executing it this way without an owner agent. Bottom line is our presence is there enough that I don't think we need that, and I feel very strongly about that. The project will be funded through the RFS and repaid from Res Life revenues. The total budget includes the previously authorized budget from Res Life revenues, $813,000, $174,000. Y'all didn't know that because it was below $1 million, but we're just documenting it for your record. Any questions about this project? Questions?
Chairman, I have one. Dr. May, how long do you anticipate it taking to fill the 162 beds? And then is it going to have a financial impact on Concho or any other halls upon completion?
I think it'll fill immediately. But we own enough. I mean, we have retired the debt on enough of these projects that we're being very conservative on the amount of money we'll be bringing in from housing to more than make the annual payments on this. I want to give credit to Dr. Flores and his group. We allowed them to pick the dorm areas and their specific design that would get us the most beds in this project. And we don't have any extra lobby space in this. It is really just beds that gives us the most for our bang for our buck.
That's the reason you went to Centennial instead of the dorm on the other end?
Yes. This is much more appealing to the students, and they love the 4-person floor plan, and we got that specifically from the housing group themselves, the RAs and the managers of our housing group, and that's what they said, that we could get the most bang for our buck.
Any other questions? Michael, just to confirm, this is stick Or residential type construction, is that correct? Or
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that matches what's there?
That is the existing structure that exists today. Of course, the fire marshal has full input on how we sprinkle and everything, and cover it's all NFPA rated, and done the right way in terms of code and compliance.
And I would agree with Michael. Cody Gwynns, who we have at ASU now, is an architectural engineer, and he has a large amount of experience before we were able to get him. He does a great job of overseeing the projects, and I think the projects he's overseeing now are going very smooth, large in part because of his presence, along with the way he gets along with Melina and his team.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So I need a motion to approve.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second that. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Michael, if you'll continue to item 3.
Okay, item 3 is at Texas Tech University here in Lubbock to approve a project to construct the J.T. and Margaret Talkington College of Visual and Performing Arts in the Machen Theater addition. A little clarity on this project. The site is the Machen Theater right along 18th Street where the arrow's pointing. We're not actually renovating the interior scape of the Machen. It's the site just where the star is to the north, connected to the Machen. And it looks like this. So turn the pointer on real quick. Let me go back one, apologize. Can I go back to Tommy? I think I've messed this thing up again. Thank you. So, okay. This is the Machen here. We are adding a scene shop down here on the left. I'll get into the details in a second. And then that's on the south side, and then up on the north side is the new addition of that culminates the $23 million initiative. It is right with psychology to the right. We will be changing some of the pedestrian access points just to accommodate a new way in which the Machen Theater and Black Box Theaters are used for pedestrian access.
I comment on this a little bit.
Yes, please.
Just for everybody's information, this is made possible by, I think he'll mention this in a minute, by the gift, the Talkington gift that we received this fall or last summer, and it's part of an overall campaign we have for visual and performing arts. And I think, hopefully we still lack about $3 million to get the full total of this stage, but I'm confident we'll get that before this thing is finished. And it's stage one. It's actually phase 1 of the program. There's 3 phases. The next phase will be more work on this theater. But all of you know, we have an outstanding visual and performing arts college, and our graduates are second to none and are all over the world. And I don't know if y'all saw the Gashin, when David Gashin performed the Phantom of the Opera here this fall. It was outstanding. You would not get and our students and student orchestra did you felt like you were in a Broadway play. It was just that magnificent. So anyway, this is a part of that, and we believe that when we talk about branding and talk about, the perception of our university, for those people that know our graduates of visual performing arts, they have a high perception of what we do out here. And so this project is very exciting because it begins, the visible part of that campaign. I just kind of wanted to comment a little bit on that.
Thank you, Chancellor. I'll continue. The dairy barn right in the upper left middle is just a good point of reference. Everything south of that we're really going to remodel and renovate. What this really does is it encloses the quad. As you know, due to the philanthropy of Mr. Jim Sal, the West Library Mall, or Dairy Barn Pavilion as some people refer to it, is quite beautiful today. So this project will augment the southern edge of that quad to look quite beautiful. And what that's going to look like, the Machen is up here to the left. Left of the screen as it exists today. We're doing some minor modifications to the plaza scape coming out of that entry. That's the picture on the right. And the new facility is the large archway entry into the main lobby gallery space, which can convert also to an art gallery as well, or showplace. And then the psychology building is right there to the left. And then in between those buildings is a secondary access into the library mall. So from an elevation perspective, if if the psychology building wasn't there and you were standing there looking, you would see the lower rendering. Everything to the left of the dash line is existing, everything to the right is new. There are some modifications left of that line, but it's mostly in the landscape and staircase area. And that would be a pedestrian view, getting out of your car, walking up to the facility for an event in the evening. It basically will, at night, will glow and it'll attract you to that point and diminish the other entry to the left that is no longer the primary entry in the future of Phase 2 Machen Theater renovation. This is the entry portal facing directly to the north into the Library Mall. So as I mentioned, it really closes the quad at the south very nicely. We've diminished some of the landscaping in the rendering just so you could see the facility, but it'll be augmented with the right landscaping. And of course, it does include the 1% landscape and arts funding as well. From a planning standpoint, this is a little bit of a zoom in on Scene Shop in the lower left. That's an addition to the existing building, not a renovation. The gray area right above that is the existing Machen Theater. We are not renovating any of that, but we're adding everything in color in the top, from Black Box, the CAD lab, admin, as well as other rehearsal and support spaces. And then on the second floor is where the faculty offices are, and open to below in the center to the Black Box. It's a 2-story facility for the flyway. And then you can see the integrated classrooms. This is very unique. The classroom on the right, the green, where it has seating on 4 sides, it's unique than most educational classroom spaces because it's almost a theater in the round. So we've had a lot of fun designing this project with Dean Zoller and his entire team. We've spent a lot of time working on the very minutia and the details of making this work appropriately. Where it says open in the bottom right in that X, that's that main lobby area, and you can see the 2 angles where the archway points down into that entry to draw you in. And that's actually a gallery space that might look like this. It's pretty close. It's a faceted ceiling with skylights, clerestory windows, integration of wood material, terrazzo flooring, as well as actual box office with administration and glass up above where it opens it up and you can see across from a spirit of transparency. You turn left up the stairs into the Machen Theater, and that will become the entry into an event. The project scope is about 50,000 gross square feet, 2 stories. It is primarily on the north side, but we are doing that stage, the Scene Shop on the lower southwest corner. I've read through most of those. I've already mentioned most of the bullet points, but you can see all the different areas that we're adding to the project. This does include some pretty massive site and utility infrastructure work. We are tapping into the existing infrastructure tunnel through direct berry connectivity, and once again does include landscape enhancements and public art. The total budget is $23 million. The construction spend is $17 million. We will have an owner rep on this project on site. It's a single person owner rep, not a large company, which is a good value because we're right here in town, being able to work with them directly. The recommendation on the floor is to authorize to proceed with this project as described in the amount of $23 million, report it to the THECB, amend the design professional contract and CM agent contract, as well as our builder or construction manager at risk. The project is funded through the RFS system to be repaid with higher education assistance funds, $10 million, a single donation, $10 million, as the Chancellor just mentioned, and gifts and donations to be acquired by institutional advancement, but secured by HEAF until the gift funds have been confirmed, and that value is $3 million. The total budget does include the previously authorized budget of HEAF of $504,000, institutional cash of $159,000, and then current gifts of $336,000. That's the recommendation on the floor, Mr. Huckabee.
Thank you, Michael.
Remind me what a black box theater is?
Yeah, it's interesting. So a black box theater is basically a large interior. If you turn the lights off in there, it is like you don't see a thing. And what the reason is, they manage lighting, sound. It's high sound attenuation, very complex lighting systems, a lighting grid up above with a catwalk around. And what you're doing is replicating an actual event stage. In this case, in the round, for not just practice, but they will actually, not just for rehearsals, but for also for small venue shows or practicing their large venue performances.
I can't believe you didn't know that, Chairman Francis.
It's a cultural thing.
Not in this one.
Any other questions?
Chancellor, with the $10 million gift from the Talking Ten Foundation, where does that put them in terms of investment at Texas Tech? And also, I want to commend you and your team for the relationship that you have with the Talking Ten. I don't think people quite appreciate how much you've done with that relationship. So, you touch on that, please.
Well, Board, institutional investment can correct me, but I believe the value of their total giving to the university has been over $60 million. And so with this $10 million gift, and they gave money several years ago, and there's a dorm named after them as well, but that money went into endowment and scholarships, I believe. But I think this is the first step, and I kind of like the name Talkington on a building or on a school like this. I think those people brought art and finer culture to our community many years ago, and I think it's only fitting that we've named this after them. But that board has been really a stellar board on supporting Texas Tech and other things in the community. So thank you for asking about them.
Any other questions? If not, need a motion to approve. Thank you. I'll second that. All in favor say aye. Motion carries. Mr. Molina, item number 4.
Item 4 is also at Texas Tech University. Approve the naming of an indoor arena at the Texas Tech Equestrian Center. And I'm going to turn the podium over to Dr. Michael Gallion.
Thank you, Michael. Regent Huckabee, this particular item is recommendation for naming of an indoor arena at the Texas Tech University Equestrian Center. For those of you who are familiar with the Equestrian Center, or maybe you're not, it's located near Wolforth on County Road, off of County Road 1500. It is honestly one of the best facilities of its kind in the United States. It's a remarkable facility, and that we're very proud of. That serves our students at Texas Tech University. The arena in question you can see labeled there, and I think on the next slide we have the indoor shot of the arena with the proposed signage locations for the naming. Chris was a PhD student. Excuse me. Chris was a PhD student of mine, one of 33 students I had, and a remarkable young man. He had the ability to juggle a lot of different things at one time and always do them well. The only mistake we made was letting him get away from the faculty. He served here for 3 years and did an outstanding job, but he wound up going to eventually into the beef cattle industry, and he served as the manager of 2 historic ranches, the Matador Ranch and the Bell Ranch in New Mexico. But Chris was, one of the things he did here was to start the ranch horse team. The concept was Chris's concept. There's now 17 colleges and universities that participate in ranch horse team competitions, and I'm proud to say that Texas Tech has been the champion of that on multiple occasions. We're fortunate today to have Terry and Kelly Crowfoot with us to speak about the naming of the arena. Kelly, I think many of you know, is a member of the foundation board. And Terry and Kelly have been incredibly generous donors to Texas Tech University. But from my perspective, coming out of the College of Ag Sciences and Natural Resources, they have been literally saviors of our equestrian program. They have helped this facility certainly to become what it is today, one of the best in the nation. And I think Terry can speak to Chris's contributions to our equestrian center and his significance in the horse industry. So Terry, would you come forward?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today in support of naming the indoor arena at the Texas Tech Equestrian Center in Chris's honor. I have to acknowledge that this idea to pay tribute to Chris and his contributions to Tech in this manner actually came from my wife, Kelly. My comments today may be somewhat redundant to what you've already heard or seen in some printed material, but they are heartfelt, I assure you, and they represent the feelings of our entire equine advisory board. Chris was passionate about the equine program at Texas Tech and the students that he mentored here. While he was an associate professor, he coached the horse judging team to a national championship, but his true inspiration and notable contribution was starting the first ever ranch horse team. He knew that it fit the DNA and image of Texas Tech and this region of big ranches. That fledgling program has now grown to include teams, Dr. Gallion says of 17 at one time at least. There were over 20 teams in colleges and universities across the United States. These teams compete and hold a national championship. Tech has now won 6 out of the 8 national championships and was second in the other 2. I think it's important to note that although Chris loved winning and bringing recognition to Tech, he felt the true value of the Ranch Horse team and all of the other programs at the Equestrian Center was in teaching life skills and creating character, producing a Tech graduate that had learned responsibility and a work ethic. He wanted them to be able to present themselves and represent Texas Tech in the very best possible light, win or lose. After Chris had been out in industry for several years, I asked him to come back and serve on our Equine Advisory Board. He said he would help in any way he could. He always had the moral compass and common sense approach to the problems we faced. He helped me greatly in dealing with the challenges of operating in a university setting rather than in the real world business setting to which I was accustomed. Chris took over the reins of the advisory committee as chairman for the 2015-16 academic year. I would tell you that he had to participate in several advisory committee and search committee meetings by conference call from his room at MD Anderson. But that's just the way Chris faced his life, head on, in spite of all of his personal trials. I'd like to go off script for just a minute and give you a little anecdote of one personal experience I had with Chris. I knew he had just gotten home from MD Anderson after a very powerful dose of chemotherapy, and I thought I would just give him a call and see how he's doing. My excuse was some trivial question about the equestrian program. Well, I don't know exactly what I expected, but I guess in the back of my mind I expected him to be home in bed. Well, when I finally got a hold of him on his mobile phone, he was on Interstate 40. They had left the ranch, and he was hauling a trailer load of heifers from the Bell Ranch in New Mexico to Fort Worth. So needless to say, after that, when I heard people say that, well, last week Chris was out with the wagon, horseback, helping his crew brand calves, or the next weekend he was representing the Bell Ranch rodeo team in competition, and oh, by the way, he won the top horseman award that week. So that's just the kind of guy he was. He was greatly respected and admired by his former colleagues at Tech, by our 40-member advisory board, other universities, administrators and coaches, the ranching and horse industries in general, and by the many followers of his Facebook page entitled Western Faith Book. As we in the ranching world say, Chris always rode for the brand, whether it was God, family, Texas Tech, or the Bell Ranch. The naming of this arena will be a very fitting part of his legacy, one of which I'm sure he will be very proud. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gary, I just want to commend you and your family for what y'all have done for Texas Tech in this community also. So you should be commended. We appreciate what you do.
Thank you, sir.
And I saw your dad recently. He looked like a young man running around, so he's looking great. It was good. So
thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Regent Huckabee, that's our recommendation.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments from the group? If not, then I need a motion to approve.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
I second that. All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Very appropriate recognition. Thank you very much for bringing that to us. Michael Michael, you'll continue with item 5.
Okay, thank you, Regent Huckabee. Item 5, typically the last several meetings, we've kind of not gone into detail, but I think we're a little bit ahead of schedule. We have 13 current initiatives that, at a minimum, site fencing is soon to go up or construction has already commenced. Of those 13 projects, it is $436 million worth of work. So I think it's worthy to just flip through these pretty quickly. Great groundbreaking yesterday at ESB 2. We have not gone vertical here. We're starting digging a basement here shortly. You'll see a 150-foot tower crane erected here pretty soon in May, and the project will proceed pretty quickly. We're still on schedule for Q1, as I joked with Dr. Skuvanek, meaning he wanted to know the exact day, and I said Q1. It's going to be in the spring of 2019. We're still trying to negotiate the exact date at this point in time, but this is the final rendering of the project, $77 million initiative. The industrial engineering building renovation, this is a two-phased renovation, and we're currently at the budget is currently $9.8 million. We are on track. We finished part of it, and now we're trying to complete phase 2. And this is all for the industrial engineering new lab area, as well as academic and functioning faculty area. The Sports Performance Center, if you've driven by down University and have not noticed this, then that's odd. So this is a massive building. It's a $48 million initiative, 156,000 gross square feet, primarily 2 spaces, large football on the east, and then a large indoor track, 200-meter track on the right. And it includes a weight room, nutrition bar area as well, or a nutrition zone, seating, as well as support spaces. We are on track right now. It says July of 2017 was our original date. Regent Huckabee, in designing this template for you, in our conversation and email the other day, where we're really tracking is a substantial of September 1 right now due to weather and wind. That still hits the original hard goal of prior to football season, but we have worked with Kirby Hocutt and his team. We're really trying to give them the option that when practice starts August 10, they at least have the opportunity to get in some turf if the weather turns inclement, and I think we're going to be able to accomplish that. So that is in play. The new Honors Residence Hall, this is a shining star really from a construction performance standpoint with Whiting Turner out of San Antonio. $29.9 million. We'll deliver that here in July. The upper left photograph is just 40 days ago, so now you look on the right side and it's already bricked up and stucco already being installed and roofing as well. So the project is on budget and on schedule for the fall semester for TTU. Museum life safety upgrade and air management replacement. This is one of the last life safety upgrades. I think since the 7 years I've been here, there's always been a life safety. This is the large final one that's being worked on, and it is on track for December of 2017 and actually a little bit below budget. The LERT project, this is a key point to note. This is the work we're doing with Dr. Mitchell's team. $85.9 million, the goal of January 2019 delivery. Of all the projects, this one is so complex. There's actually 2 primary buildings and then a tertiary building out front that's smaller scale. Tying into an existing to the west of Pod C is difficult. Where this facility right here is actually the admin building facing 4th Street, and then there's a new entry off of 4th Street as well. Lots of facets, lots of components, lots of constituents in this building, so trying to finesse that has taken a little bit longer than expected. We don't think we're off schedule, but we are certainly to the point where we need to get started. After spring break, we will start acquiring the site, and we're working through the phasing plan, matter of fact, this afternoon with his staff. So this project is right on the bubble, is the way I say it from a budgetary perspective. If you threw in all contingency and all budget, we can accomplish the entire project. There's not a lot of leeway in that. Normally we have a little more contingency going in, but these are highly complex solutions from gross anatomy all the way up to sim labs and administration space in 3 different kinds of contexts of buildings. So just letting you know we're on track. It's just super tight, and I just wanted to be transparent with you on that. The Amarillo Panhandle Clinical Simulation Center is going well. Upper right box, we're already sheathed in, and interior framing and electrical conduit and ductwork is being installed as we speak. And we are on track to deliver that for the fall semester of 2017. The Odessa Permian Basin Academic Facility is site demolition has been completed. Dotsey Street, the owners that are adjacent to that, have signed the appropriate documentation. It's been submitted to the city so that Dotsey Street will be abandoned. That's the green stripe at the bottom of the lower rendering there. That's actually a current roadway that will be abandoned by the city, and we'll take that over as park space and then ingress egress as well. So that has been accomplished. That's a major compliment to Dr. Mitchell's team and Kendra Burris being in Odessa trying to negotiate those folks to sign those documents, and that literally just happened in the last 10 days. The El Paso Medical MSB2 design is complete. The design development is complete. I have to say exactly what that means because I know what you think about the terminology, Regent Huckabee. So we're at 100% DD. Going into construction documents, we feel very comfortable. We're below our GMP goal, so there's no issue with the $59.3 million, and this 62.3 actually includes some add alternates. So we'll clean that up for you on the next Board of Regent meeting. But we're on track to get started. It's been a lot of coordination with the eminent domain process with our legal general counsel group, and it's gone quite well. So we are on track to establish construction in May and April of this year. Our goal is still October of 2018. The grand football, we talked about that earlier. Just a quick synopsis or a couple photographs of where we are in construction. The Hunter Strain Engineering Lab addition is going well. It is on mark for the this is the smaller expansion that Dr. May talked about earlier with the engineering expansion of the engineering program. The Archer College of Health and Human Services is moving quite well. All concrete is poured on every deck, top all the way down, so interior and exterior framing has already started. System office building is exciting to know. The first people to move in is FP&C, and that's next Thursday, and then everybody will move in sequentially after that. You can see some of the finishes, and they're way past that on the interior upper right already. The brick is already in place. This picture was taken just about 10 days ago. So officially, this is, I believe, the last time we're going to meet in this room. Regent Long, you've asked me every meeting, so we will be ready for a Board of Regent meeting in May. And I won't go into public art, but any questions about any of the initiatives that we currently have going on?
Questions or comments for Michael? If not, Michael, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
A lot of construction.
A lot. He has a lot on his plate. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Facilities Committee.
The Finance Administration Committee is called to order. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on December 15th, 2016, and the Pricing Committee meeting held on January 31st of 2017.
So moved.
Second. It's approved. Mrs. Sloan, begin with item number 1.
Good afternoon. The finance agenda item for TTE this afternoon is a request to approve a budget adjustment for athletics. The request is a $2.5 million budget adjustment to fund 2 different projects. The first project is to turf football practice fields with the new Sports Performance Center that was just shown. The existing football practice fields are being reworked and updated. And the second project is to renovate and update the football training facility locker room. Athletics does have the funding to support these projects. They budget conservatively and anticipate higher revenue will be received in fiscal year 17, both with ticket revenue sales being up as well as Big 12 revenue higher than what was in the original budget. So that is the request before the board is for a $2.5 million budget adjustment. Are there any questions that we could answer?
Questions? Anybody? You got the money?
We have the money.
Okay. To approve. Second. That is approved. Mr. Molina, Dr. Scobie. Item number 2.
Chairman Francis, we are coming before the board seeking authorization to negotiate and execute a solar energy power purchase and research agreement with Sun Action Trackers. And you might recall that we brought this before the board once before and were asked to go back and more thoroughly flesh out all the details and provide additional information. So this is a fairly lengthy item in terms of what's provided here. But before I ask Michael to go over more of the facilities aspects of this, I'll point out that which relates to the research enterprise and how Texas Tech and the Junction campus will benefit from this. Sun Action Trackers they deal in these solar panels, not the panels so much as the modules that carry them. And they're going to have 7 of these modules located on that site, one of which will be dedicated to Texas Tech's use for the purpose of research. Texas Tech will not be responsible for any costs of installation, operations, maintenance, landscaping, or insurance. But what they'll be doing is looking at the research that relates to the use of fixed versus tilting arrays, and the opportunities for Texas Tech faculty relates to some grid optimization research, as well as issues related to the material science of those panel construction. In one of the exhibits, we have listed the 3 faculty that have been identified who will be involved in this research. And you might notice there's a cost associated with their proposals. Those are not costs to Texas Tech. Those are the amounts they're requesting from Sun Action Trackers to support their research. And I visited with those faculty members. It's not 100% that they'll get that funding, but they have met with Sun Action Trackers and they expect to receive some support. This is also relevant to our GLEAM project. The last project that was funded through the Texas Emerging Technology Fund was this GLEAM project, which relates to the use of renewable energy, cybersecurity, and grid modernization methods. They have several objectives they'll have to achieve, and this facility would help them achieve one of those objectives. They have received 3 of the 5 fundings for that GLEAM project. It's not absolutely essential that they have this, but it would support that effort as well. And before I turn this over to Michael, I think I should explain that what's happened at Junction. That was originally primarily an educational site. We taught more courses there than we do now. But over time, it's become more of a research site. It's called the Llano River Field Station. They do a lot of work related to watersheds, ecology, and they're trying to grow their research enterprise. They feel that this would support their research activities. And related to that, it would also provide to that campus some part of their electricity usage, about 30 to 50%. They're getting a very favorable rate on the cost. It's about half of what they're currently paying. But none of the electricity generated would be provided to a third party. So all of the electricity goes to that campus. And with that, Michael, do you want to talk about the facilities?
Thank you, Dr. Skubnik. First of all, apologize. There should have been a copy that looks like this either in your deck or on the screen, and apparently we did not get that taken care of. But just if you recall in the last meeting, for those that were here, just to the south and east of the existing campus core, right out here in the field is the old Junction football fields, if you read the book. This white box is about 1.5 acres, and then it has the expandability up to 3 acres. The last time we showed is the big red box that would look odd. It's actually half that size on this first phase. And there's actually 7 tracker panels in parallel inside that area, and it's not actually a building. It's just outdoor tracking apparatus. 3 of those are real-time sun trackers. They're called SAT trackers. The other one's an astronomical tracker, and then there's one dedicated to the Texas Tech test facility for research and use by the faculty and students. And that will sit about in the center of that space in this big zone down on the south side. It will have a 10-foot landscape buffer. with a view, so it'll block the view, but it needs to be a certain distance away from the tracker so you catch that early and late sun without that being blocked. So the concept of this is as the sun moves, the tracker follows the sun not only in its arc but also the pitch. So it always is in perpendicular face to the sun, maximizing solar intake.
Michael, could
Yes.
you show that to us one more time?
In which way?
No, I didn't get that.
Did you feel the knife?
I was not prepared for that one. So the key point is it's not no walls, no foundations, no structural vertical facilities. It's all apparatus sun tracking only. Yes, sir.
John Huffaker and Sheila Kidwell devoted a considerable amount of time dealing with the legal matters. And if you have any questions, Sheila is here that she could ask about the contract. And I'd be glad to answer any questions as well.
Dr. Scoobneck, is it safe to say that without sun action trackers, we probably wouldn't have been able to do this project?
Oh, that's true. And it actually gives us a foot into the solar power field. You're going to see in May when I come before you and when I talk about our research priorities, energy is going to be one. Oil and gas, our current presence in wind, but some involvement in solar. We just think that Tech is the perfect university in the right location to be doing these things, and this is one way we can become more involved in solar.
Are there any bonds backstopping Texas Tech University from if Sun Action Trackers LLC were to go out of business, for instance?
Sheila, Texas Tech is very protected in this agreement, but I'm going to let John and Sheila answer those questions.
We're not aware of any bonds backing this project. It's going to be self-financed by Sun Action Trackers, which is a joint venture between two entities, OCI and Peru USA. So that's our understanding, is no financing.
We did not really actually have the contract, did we?
Well, we have a draft of a contract. The key points have been agreed to between the parties, but I don't believe that was presented to in your packet.
Yeah.
We can get that to you if you'd like, certainly.
Help me understand the business deal. Why are they doing this? If we get the electricity, and what's in it for the sun tracker people?
Well, it's going to allow them to certify their equipment that they're developing, so that's going to be their primary benefit.
So they're developing this equipment and they're using our site to make sure it works?
Correct.
Is there any toxic component or hazardous component? There something that will be generated by the process? Are there batteries? I mean, usually these things are backed up by batteries. Are there batteries to be disposed of, or have we covered ourselves from an environmental standpoint against anything they could do?
The contract does contain environmental indemnification, and so we've protected ourselves in that way.
And that's only if they're still around?
Well, correct.
Mr. Chairman, I would consider encouraging us to look at some type of bonding to allow us to remove the equipment if the project is failed. These, with all due respects, and I certainly don't know anything about Sun Action Trackers, but alternative energy come and go pretty regularly, and we could end up with a bunch of equipment on our land that is outdated and needs to be removed at some point. I think it'd be sure nice to know that there's some type of bonding, and Gary Barnes can probably assist with that, unless I'm just totally in left field on this, but I think we could have a hard cost associated with removal at some point in the future.
The contract does address the requirement that they remove the equipment, so
if they're bankrupt.
That would be, if you were trying to bond an obligation, that would be the obligation to be bonded.
Correct. But if they're bankrupt, I mean, and there's no bonding backing it, then the contract's not worth much, correct?
Part of the contract that says they got to remove it would not be.
If they're not
and
there to remove
I
it,
misunderstood.
they're in bankruptcy,
Oh, sorry. I misunderstood when you were talking about bonding. I was thinking of financing, but we can require bonding of performance bonding. Yes, yes.
Do we know anything much about the financial stability of the organization?
The organization is a relatively new entity, so there's not much history. The two
Well,
companies.
it's probably a single-purpose entity
It is.
for this particular project. There's nothing behind it. It's probably a single-purpose entity for this project.
And it's there's a lot of different entities in the chain up to Paru, Korea. Now, we know something about those entities. We don't know deep financial.
But our contract will just be with the single-purpose entity that he's talking about.
Yes.
That's correct.
So there's really no financial muscle behind their commitments to us at all.
Well, no, I mean,
Like
it
a
is
financial
limited.
guarantee from a parent, for example.
We can mitigate that risk through a performance bond. And
Sure.
There's certainly probably smarter people. I look to this guy over here, and you, Lane, to assist us with that, but it's just a safety for the institution or system in the future.
I've got an example of one if you want to look at.
Michael.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have an example of a performance bond for a wind farm, if you,
Okay.
just FYI.
Yes, and we'll be working with Steve Bryant, our Director of Risk Management, in regards to that. So I'll communicate with you after the meeting, and
Okay.
that would be great.
Yep,
Thanks.
Any different than performance bond for GC?
Let me ask, do we have any idea what the life of this is? Does the machine wear out in 3 years, and so we get 3 years worth of research, or is it a 20-year machine? We'll have 20 years worth of research that we can do on it?
The contract is a 15-year contract with 2 5-year renewals. And so what the life expectancy of the equipment is, I don't know. It's fairly new equipment that they're working with, but the obligation is to keep it maintained for 15 years.
10?
15.
50?
No, 15.
15, 1-5.
15.
15.
The reality is, this is really a very small project, is it not?
It is. It's
Yes.
a very small project.
Right, both
I believe,
power-wise and money-wise.
yes. I think approximately $300,000 worth of equipment is
Right.
what I've heard, so.
So what I'm hearing is a motion to approve this project subject to some sort of performance bond that I believe involves making sure that if the project isn't successful, that there's some funding mechanism to remove everything and restore our property back to its original state. So
I'll make that motion.
we have a motion, a second, and all those in favor. So you kind of have your marching orders there, and if you can't work that out, come
Yes.
back.
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Shaw?
This item is for Texas Tech University Health Science Center. Is to authorize the president to execute contracts to redesign and upgrade the network infrastructure. In May of last year, we engaged Janus Associates to assess our existing network, and they provided us with recommendations to redesign and update the network to reduce network complexity and improve network security and position us for future growth. The implementation of this project is anticipated to take 2 years and will involve all TTUHSC campuses. It will have 3 separate vendors. Network personnel with experience in redesigning and setting up a network of this size will be contracted through Janus Software at a total cost of $422,500. Network equipment will be procured through Adaptive Technology Systems, total cost of $3,647,400. And other network equipment from Juniper Networks through a DIR contract at a cost of $232,500. This project, total cost is $4,302,400 plus $120,000 for travel and expenses. HEAF will be used for $3,822,400, and $600,000 will be funded through operating expense. Dr. Mitchell, would you like to comment?
Yeah, thanks, Chip. When you look at IT, and I'm not telling anything to anybody here, staying on top of IT is one of the most difficult things we have to do all the time. It's a constant background issue that we're constantly working with, because for us, trying to make sure that you're looking at what the IT needs are going to be 2 and 3 and 4 years down the road is critical. But boy, let me tell you, it's also extremely difficult. Right about the time you get a system put in, you're finding out that technology is moving past that system. So for us, the reason that this is such an issue, and let me give a little background behind this, we actually did an RFP to get somebody to come in to assess our network, and Janice had won that RFP. We put then a second RFP out to have people come and compete against Janice for doing the part of it that we're asking for now, and Janice won that contract as well. There are 4 big reasons this is important for us. The first is the nature of our campus system, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier. From an administrative and operational standpoint, the connectivity between our 6 campuses is critical for all of our HR functions and finance functions and everything else that we do. The second part of it is, from an educational offering standpoint, we were very unique with this for many, many years. We're still one of the more unique systems for this. We'll have somebody standing in Abilene teaching a class to students that are in Lubbock. We'll have somebody standing in Lubbock teaching classes to people in Amarillo and the Permian Basin real time. For that sameness of experience that someone had mentioned earlier, it becomes critical for us to make sure that this network is working real time all the time. The third part of this is the business of medicine that we're in as well. If you look at the way medical images, if you take digital images of CTs, MRs, things of that nature, they require really wide bandwidth, they require high speed, they require lots of storage, they require the right type of equipment on both the sending and receiving ends of this. And then the final thing, the fourth thing about this that's peculiar for health-related institutions like ours is the security risk. If you look at patient information, it's target-rich environment for malicious folks because there's so much data in there on addresses and social security numbers and other things. All of those things make the complexity of our system, of our IT system, very substantial. We wind up getting 3 to 4 million malicious hits per month, which is 3 to 4 times the amount that a university like Tech will get, because people are trying to get into other things. So having this, and I will tell you this, I've had this, the great details of this explained to me on numerous occasions. I still can't tell you what all goes into the networking of what they do and the like. But I can tell you that for us, what it will do, as well as getting our system itself upgraded, it's also providing us some manpower to continue to work on that. Because one of the other things that we have, unfortunately, when you're out in a place like Lubbock, is when you're looking for the types of personnel members that you need to do this work, it's no longer just competing with Covenant or UMC or something. These are people that are looking at jobs in Dallas and Houston and the like. So you're really, you're competing across the state and sometimes across the country for these folks, and it's a very difficult thing. So for us, it's a chance for us to upgrade the system, bring in also some additional personnel expertise on this that allows us to stay one step ahead of the students bring through the system.
Dr. Mitchell, you mentioned telemedicine earlier as being a part of your strategic plan in the future. Will this have something to do with telemedicine?
Yes, sir, it will. For all of the telemedicine, you have to have the network to be able to transmit the information back and forth. So, very involved.
This is very expensive to do, but not doing something like this can be equally as expensive. So,
and I will say, again, thanks to the people sitting behind me, we've known this was coming, and we have funds that we've put aside through HEAF getting ready for this eventuality.
How long did y'all work on Elmo to get this approved?
We're still working on him.
Are all the,
Still here?
does each component have its own network like you're talking about, or do you interact with the other? Is there a overall
Overarching.
Texas Tech system network that everybody works into? How are we set up system wide?
This is independent for the HSC.
You're standalone.
Has to be. It's pretty much an island.
We just put in, it was a 2-year project, a $12 million integrated system. And the key to getting it done was just all the planning and all the people that because it's multiple task force. We operate 33,000 wells in 15 states, and we send out over 100,000 checks a month, and it's very complex with over 100,000 leases. And I'd like to tell you that everything went smoothly, but it entails so many people not associated with IT, and the planning phase is the most important part. Now, for us, it did go 6 months beyond our time frame. It did cost somewhat more, but I'd say that, and we felt like that at the outset we were very well planned, and I'm happy to make our head of IT available to you. But it's complex. You're clearly complex. We were complex in it. It does tie up some important people in the organization that normally would be doing this and this and this. They're almost devoted to that for 2 years.
Well, we'll actually take you up on your offer.
Yeah.
Be happy to.
And this is the complexity of this for us is only equaled by the importance of it.
Yeah. Oh, it's very important. We were crashing without it.
Well, this is probably just the front end of multiple. I mean, we're all spending more and more of our budget on IT as our world transitions into an electronic age. So any other questions? Or I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second, it passes. Dr. Lang. Money well spent, by the way.
Regent Walker, while Dr. Mitchell took you up on an offer for your IT, since you're writing 100,000 checks, I'd recommend 100,001. We'll provide an address for you. So we're requesting permission to execute a contract with the University of Medicine and Pharmacy at Ho Chi Minh City, that's Saigon, and Pham Ngoc Thach University of Medicine, also in Saigon. I had the privilege of introducing to you Dr. Hoi Ho about a year and a half ago. Remember, he had won 51 teaching awards, 8 lifetime achievement awards, and took a year sabbatical to go back to his home country, Vietnam, where he had escaped under really dire circumstances. After having been faculty there, came back here, did another residency, was faculty with us for about 30 years. And after a year there and meeting with 7 different medical institutions, the Minister of Health decided to invest his time in developing faculty development courses based on competency-based learning, and also to get simulation training accredited at these 2 universities. I had the privilege of being there last month in Vietnam, meeting with the Minister of Health in the presence of these 2 universities. And over the course of 5 years, Dr. Hoi and his wife, Dr. Kim Hoi, who is also a PhD pharmacologist, will be developing their faculty development course and their simulation training centers for accreditation. The total cost of that over the 5 years will be $204,312, $204,312, and that will be reimbursed by the universities as we submit their invoices for his salary during that time and also for his expenses as well.
Motion?
Motion to approve.
Right.
Second? Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back in 2006, enterprise risk management was introduced to the board
as a new initiative that was going to be undertaken by all the component institutions within the Texas Tech University system. I'm pleased to give you an update on that progress and that we are implementing that program. ERM is a systematic approach to assessing risk management, and the key part of this is it engages the entire enterprise across the system. That's not to say that our chancellor and presidents are not assessing and dealing with risk every day, because they are. But this is a enterprise risk approach to assessing and dealing with identifying risks across the entire enterprise. ERM is relatively new to higher education. It really came on the scene about 2004, but most of the work has been relatively recent. In October 2012, Deloitte partnered with the Treadway Commission and developed an ERM program and processes that have become the gold standard for higher education, and that is the program that we are patterning. The initial committee engaged representation from across the system, and they've done a tremendous amount of work in the development and implementation. They've defined what the ERM is. They've identified risk attitudes. They've identified the major categories of risk, rating scales, and we have a formal process in place to engage risk across the system and then to report back to you. I wanted to give you just a little quote from the Deloitte report. Risk assessment is all about measuring and prioritizing risk so that risk levels are managed within a defined tolerance threshold without being over-controlled or foregoing desirable opportunities. And that's pretty difficult in higher education when you're trying to identify those risks but not to put barriers in place so that we can't accomplish our academic mission. So our committee has developed what ERM is and has communicated this out to the institutions and to the components. Statement of risk defines what's acceptable and not acceptable, and there's no practical way to eliminate risk totally. But the committee has defined some risks that are just not tolerable, and you can see those bulleted there. Unsafe environmental conditions or activities, intentionally violating laws, regulations, and unethical behavior. With regards to the major categories of risk, they're identified in 4 broad categories. Strategic would include the organizational reputation and relationships. Operational information, obviously IT we've just talked about, safety and security, the physical infrastructure. Financial risk, being able to meet our financial needs and our reporting requirements, and then compliance. We look at identifying the rating scales of risk. We've identified 4 different scales. The impact, which is how significant of an event is to the organization. The likelihood, if an event happens, does it have an impact on the organization? The velocity, or how quickly an event happens, does it impact the organization, and how prepared are we to deal with that? So we do have a formal process in place where each year, 1st of November, we update the process with our Office of Risk Management and all the component institutions. April the 1st, the component institutions are to provide their results back to the system office to identify some system-wide risk and to work with the components as we clarify their assessments and their needs across the campus, and then to report back to this board at the May meeting annually. I also wanted to take another selection because in working with the components and the different committees, it's very important to understand, and this is a quote from the Deloitte report, the enterprise risk management is a young discipline that continues to evolve. It is not a one and done. It is something that we work with every day, the presidents work with every day, and it is an evolving process. And it will take several years for us to completely mature this particular process, but it is critical to strategic planning, to resource allocation, and to look at the opportunities we have as moving forward. I want to, not to spend a lot of time with this, but just simply introduce this to you. This is the deliverable. The difficult thing about this particular presentation is four-dimensional, and you do it on a flat sheet of paper. But you can see the impact on the left side. The higher 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, the greater impact it is to the institution. The likelihood, and I always like to use perhaps a small red dot, E on the far right side is tsunami. Maybe the likelihood is not very great that that's going to happen to us. The preparedness, that is the color of the dots, and how quick it's going to happen. So this is a snapshot of what the deliverable will be. We'll go into more detail when we actually have the results back from the institutions, but I just wanted to give you an update. We are implementing the program, and we'll have that report back to you in May.
Questions? Thank you. Item number 6.
Yes, I'm pleased to report to you the results of our bond sale. In December, this board authorized the issuance of bonds. The Series 2017A is the refinancing issue. The Series 2017B is for our new issue. Just also important, I think that you should know, the IRS has been conducting a routine audit of our 2006 bond series. And in January, they reported to us that there were no issues, were no changes, and there is no impact to the tax status of those bonds. The timing of that was pretty critical as we went to the market toward the end of January. So we are very pleased to be able to report favorably out with that. We got outstanding ratings from all three of the rating agencies. And before I go any further, I want to particularly thank Regents Francis, Lancaster, and Andrews, who basically gave their schedules up for 3 days multiple times during the day so that we could try to accommodate the rating agencies and the pricing for these bonds. Luckily, we were able to do it the first day and very early in the day. There was tremendous demand for our bond issuance. We received orders from 70 different investors. The orders totaled $1.154 billion, 4 times the amount we have available in the issuance. As a result of the strong interest in our particular bonds, we were able to negotiate between 2 and 10 basis points in our favor. This particular bond issue funded all of our new TRB projects, as well as refinancing our 2009 series. You can see the projects listed on that particular slide. Also, very important to the rating agencies was our maturity of those bonds. It is straight line, but of particular importance was the tuition revenue bonds. This issuance funded all of the projects that the legislature approved of tuition revenue bonds. It was also important and provided a great deal of confidence in the market that the tuition revenue bonds are commonly referred to as guaranteed debt service payments. So the market responded very favorably for that particular reason. Just as a way of comparison on the last several bonds, these were the rates that we were able to receive. And you see the last two, the 2017A, which is the tax-exempt series, was 3.18, and the 2017B, which is the taxable series, was 3.31.
I don't understand what happened in 2015, where the tax-exempt rate was higher than the taxable.
And I can't tell you what the market was doing in 15 that caused that to be different.
that shouldn't happen, should it?
Should.
That's not a typical trend.
Yeah. I just wonder if the numbers were wrong or flipped or something.
I can certainly verify that for you, but
Okay.
I think that's correct.
Questions? Other than the one that Regent Walker asked for that I guess you can verify?
Confirm that.
Thank you. This concludes the meeting of the Finance and Administration Committee.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee is called to order. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on December 15th, 2016.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Dr. Topliff, please begin with item number 1.
Thank you, Chairman Lancaster. I bring before the board a recommendation that the Board of Regents approve changes in academic rank for the faculty members that are listed below. They're effective with the 2017-2018 academic year. The members whose names appear have been judged by the appropriate department and college committees and administrative personnel as worthy of the promotions for which they've been recommended. The procedures used in recommending members of the faculty for promotion have been carefully followed.
Thank you, Dr. Topliff. Are there any questions or comments?
So move.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, Dr. Topliff, item number 2.
Bring before the board and ask for approval of changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure effective with the 2017-2018 academic year for the faculty listed below at Angelo State University. The members of the faculty at Angelo State University are granted tenure under the provisions of the tenure policy, which has been approved by the Board of Regents. The appropriate reviewing committees and administrative personnel have judged the members listed of whose names appear as worthy of academic tenure. Procedure established by the tenure policy for the awarding of tenure to qualified members of the faculty has been carefully followed. Approval of these individuals brings the number of full-time tenured faculty at Angelo State University to 144. There are a total of 201 faculty that are either tenured or tenure track. After these appointments, the percentage of tenure track faculty who have been awarded tenure will be 72%, and the number of full-time non-tenure track faculty is 83.
So there's a lot of people here. Are we focusing on hitting some kind of metric or tell me about, this is a big list.
It's just, it comes in cycles. Chairman Francis said sometimes we only have a few, and sometimes we have a great many. It depends on retirements and hires and when it falls into place.
You're talking about the overall
percentage. The overall number is the highest I've seen.
It probably is
in a long time.
An abnormally high for us, but next year probably concomitantly shorter. And so it's just one of those years.
But Regent Francis, all of these faculty have served time in rank, so it would be a function of the hiring cycle. So to be promoted to from assistant to associate professor, they have to have 6 years in rank. And in the committee process, there's a peer review committee at the department. The department head makes a recommendation to the college committee. The college committee makes a recommendation to the dean, who makes a recommendation to me, and I make a recommendation to the president. So all of these candidates have been vetted by all of those committees, and our procedures have been followed, but it's a function simply of the number of hires that went on 6 years ago.
What percentage of the faculty is tenured today in comparison to peer?
I'm sorry, ask it.
What percentage of the faculty is tenured, because some of this is tenured, in comparison to peer?
In comparison to peer, we're very close.
Yeah, yeah.
We're all within 20 to 21 tenure track faculty to student ratio.
Dr. Skuvenek, is your percentage about the same?
We've always hovered around 70% of our faculty full-time being tenured. That actually is above the national average for research universities in the United States. That number has been dropping as people go to more and more adjuncts. For research universities, the number is closer to 50%, and we're about 70. Now, so Regent Steinmetz, you looked a bit incredulous when I said that. If you were to go to a private institution, you'd see I'm talking about large research universities. At private institutions, you're going to see a very high percentage tenured. I mean, I'm talking tenure and tenure track.
Sure, yeah.
Any other questions for Dr. Topliff? Have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, Dr. Topliff, one more.
So I bring before the board a recommendation to approve modification of OP 42.01, which is admission criteria for the College of Graduate Studies and Research, and to make that effective immediately. OP 42.01 with proposed amendments is included as a supplemental agenda attachment. Basically what we're doing is to in that OP to change the name to the College of Graduate Studies and Research, which that name change was approved by this board in October of 2016. The name change then would be reflected throughout the OP, and then also we want to add a statement concerning the acceptance of transcripts that are sent by certified electronic exchange, which is a relatively new advent of a way that transcripts can be sent to the institution as opposed to the old snail mail way. And then finally, we want to modify international student application and TOEFL scores for general graduate admissions for physical therapy and English, and they're contained in that revised policy as well. So section 05.01.2 of the Regents rules requires board approval of this modification.
Chairman, I so move.
We're sitting here going, 21 and 70? What's up with that?
No.
Okay.
It was 21 students per faculty, tenure track faculty. That's the question I was expecting you to ask, so I answered that one. We're both at 72% tenure track faculty.
So I'm not sure which direction we're going either. So
he was being very nice and letting me answer incorrectly, but
He always has an answer, just not always to the question.
Chairman, I have a motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
thank you.
Okay, Dr. Gallion.
Thank you, Regent Lancaster. Item number 4 is approval of changes in academic rank. We're recommending to the board that the people listed in your documentation have their academic rank changed, which would begin next academic year. Just to give you a sense of the 23 people who are listed, there were originally 25 applicants that came forward for change in academic rank. That includes people in the library, which have a slightly different title. 5 of those 28 applications were denied in the process, leaving the 23 that you have before you. We followed the procedures established in our OP 32.01 during this process.
Thank you, Dr. Gallion. Questions?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Dr. Gallion, number 5.
Item number 5 is to approve changes in academic rank and grant tenure. Again, just from the standpoint of a little background information, this includes both the library and the School of Law, which has a somewhat different procedure in terms of when tenure is granted as opposed to the rest of the university. But we had a total of 19 cases that came forward. One of those cases withdrew after the deliberations at our office. Again, we followed the procedures established in 32.01.
Questions, comments?
I so move.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Number 6, Dr. Gallion.
Item number 6 is approval of granting of tenure. This would be, again, following our normal procedures and would be for 2 cases where people were hired in this case as associate professors, and but they were not hired in with tenure. So they've now been here for a sufficient period of time and been evaluated by their peers and through the process and judged worthy of tenure. And these are the two cases that came forward in that case. Just relative to a previous question about the number of these in total, actually for us, the total this year is somewhat less than we might have. So next year, given our hiring cycle that Dr. Topliff mentioned, we would expect a significantly larger number, maybe double this.
Questions, comments?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 Number 7.
Item number 7 is approval of emeritus appointments. We're recommending the board to grant emeritus status to the individuals listed in your documentation. These are all people who've served from varying lengths of time, from 15 years to 47 years of service at Texas Tech University. Again, we followed the procedures in our operating procedures and policies as we established these people as being worthy of appointment with emeritus status.
Gallion, comments, questions?
So move.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Number 8.
Item number 8 is an approval, a request for an approval of Bachelor of Arts in Digital Media and Professional Communication. We're requesting that the board approve or authorize submission of this to the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and also to the SACS COC for approval by both of those groups. The proposed program would begin fall semester of 2017. This is an interesting program. We think it is a very important program, particularly for some of our regional sites. It is a bit more of a general degree in media and communication. It will certainly be offered at a number of the regional sites, but it will also be a face-to-face offering on our campus in Lubbock. So it will be probably a hybrid program in terms of the types of courses, with some being taught distance and some being taught face-to-face. As you can see from the budget, we are hiring additional faculty for this, which would be people located at regional sites, actually, so that we could do some face-to-face instruction there. With the growth in our regional sites, particularly Collin and Waco, that is expected over the years, I think a reasonable headcount has been projected for this particular degree. And it is a degree that would offer a lot of potential, particularly in the business world, where people are looking for folks with communication and media skills in today's markets. So we would request that you approve this so that we can submit it for further approval by the other agencies.
A quick question on that. In the past, this being the digital media and professional degree plan, that was not necessarily recognized, I don't know how many years ago, by the SACS, and referenced here that this is a program that is certified under SACS?
This would be a program that would be under our College of Media and Communication, and all of those programs are. We will have to submit this for SACS approval, but I think it's a notification submission in this case. It's not.
Do they now recognize these programs?
They do, yes, sir. Yeah.
Aspect of things into the accreditation?
Yes.
Your 2 locations that you mentioned, Dr. Gallion, were Waco
and Collin Community College in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Yeah.
All right, any additional questions?
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Dr. Gallion. Dr. Burke, item number 9.
Chairman Lancaster, the Chancellor concurs with the recommendation of the President that the Board of Regents approves changes in academic rank for 3 tenure-track faculty, 24 non-tenure-track faculty listed before you. These represent the School of Medicine, Nursing, Pharmacy, and Health professions, all who have followed their own guidelines and procedures.
So move.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, number 10, Dr. Burke.
The Chancellor concurs with the recommendation of the President to approve changes in academic rank and the granting of tenure for the 7 faculty listed before you.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 11.
And the Chancellor concurs with the recommendation of the President that tenure be granted to the three individuals, Dr. Haynes, Dr. Patterson, and Dr. Hall. We also have a 73% of our tenure track faculty are tenured, and a total of 551 faculty that are non-tenured. Most of our clinical faculty are non-tenured.
So move.
Second.
I'm surprised Dr. Haynes is not already here.
He's been with us a long time. He hasn't been on the tenure track that long.
Is that right?
But he certainly is deserving,
Yes.
as you know.
Yes, good man. All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Burke. Dr. Mitchell, number 12.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This first item, and actually the next item as well, are items that I had referenced earlier when Regent Hammonds was asking about our growth in areas of mental health. This first is a request for the board that the Chancellor concurs with about the development, the establishment of an online Master of Science in Clinical Mental Health Counseling degree to be proctored out of Lubbock. Our School of Health Professions and our School of Nursing are the two nursings that are the two schools that we have that have a substantial amount of expertise in distance education. And this is one of those offerings where the benefit of these distance education programs is that you can reach people who otherwise could not get into traditional programs. The thing that's unique with this is that, number one, we're already woefully behind in the number of providers of mental health, licensed professional counselors for mental health in the state of Texas. We already don't have enough folks, especially in areas like West Texas, but in addition to that, we're nowhere near keeping up with the growth of the state. So it's an area of crisis as far as the number of folks that are trained in this area. The second thing that's important about this is that all of these folks in this particular program will be simultaneously trained not just in clinical services delivery, but in clinical services delivery at a distance, meaning they will all be certified in telemedicine, telemental health, which in fact is the thing that marrying these two things for us is the long-term solution for areas of rural America, and we're at the tip of the spear in West Texas on this. So through the work that's been done with the Marie Hall Institute for Rural Health, the folks that will come through this program will also be certified in telehealth as part of the curriculum for this. You can see what the 5-year rollout of this would look like. We'll be transitioning some of the vacancies we have in other areas on the front end. If you look at the way the finances of this will work, we'll use board-related tuition, we'll use the formula funding that eventually comes in from the state, and one of the things that's different with these distance programs is you also get distance ed fees from students from out of state. So over the course of the next 5 years, it'll be more than self-sustaining for this. And for us, again, when you look at the prongs of the educational offerings that we have and the services that we're trying to provide long-term, this is right in our portfolio.
I was glad to see this, Dr. Mitchell, and the group that I was involved in mentioned this as one of the answers to the mental health crisis in Texas. So really glad to see you guys stepping up and doing this. Really good.
I also congratulate you, and I'd like to make a motion on items 12 and 13.
I'd like to second.
You're taking a vote. All right. Did your second include both items?
Yes, sir.
We have a motion and a second for items 12 and 13.
It's the chairman's way of saying I was speaking too much.
He's the chairman, he can do
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Yeah. Number 14.
Yes, sir. We're requesting approval for change in academic rank for the 11 individuals listed here that have been judged by the appropriate departmental and collegiate committees and reviewed and approved by me.
Questions for Dr. Lane?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Lane. Number 15.
Along the same line, requesting approval for change in academic rank and granting of tenure to the individual listed below that has had the same review process.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Number 16.
Yes, sir. And the last request is for approval of a granting of tenure to the 3 individuals listed below, who again have had the same evaluation and review process.
Will you please read the first fellow's name?
Yes, we call him Dr. Sub.
Thank you.
So move.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you,
Thanks.
Mr. Lang. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the meeting of the Academic, Clinical, and Student Affairs Committee.
Mr. Chairman, the Audit Committee is called to order. I would entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting held on December 15th, 2016.
So move.
Motion, is there a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Mrs. Turner, please present item number 1.
Thank you. The audit that I want to present to you today is actually the El Paso Financial Statement Audit. It's not very often that our universities have to have a full financial statement audit. Routinely, annually, our institutional financial reports are included in the statewide audit that's performed by the state auditor's office and a contractor that they engage. So this is a little bit unusual. In conjunction with its application to SACS for institutional accreditation separate from the Health Sciences Center, HSC El Paso is required to have its financial statements audited for at least 2 years. This audit is the first of the 2 years. Through an RFP process, we selected a Houston CPA firm called Belt Harris Pahachek. They have a lot of experience in state agency financial statement and other types of auditing. So they audited the financials for 2016, which also happens to be the first year that El Paso's accounting staff handled all of the accounting and financial reporting separately from Health Sciences Center. I'm sorry. The auditors were very complimentary of Sue Futurelli and her team, particularly Jessica Fisher, who's the Executive Director of Business Affairs, and Robert Ortega, who's the Senior Director of Accounting Services. In conjunction with this audit, the auditors issued 4 documents, which are in your board book. The first document is actually the annual financial report, the financial statements and accompanying notes. And the auditor's most important part of the whole process and of this document is that the auditors issued an unmodified opinion, which is a clean audit opinion. The second document is a compliance report on internal control over financial reporting and on compliance and other matters. They weren't doing this work to express a separate opinion on internal controls, but rather to get a feel for what the internal controls regarding financial reporting looked like. So they did do some tests, and their tests revealed no instances of non-compliance that would have to be reported under government auditing standards. The third document is an audit summary letter. In many cases, auditors will issue what we call a management letter, which is where they highlight any weaknesses in internal controls that they saw. This document takes the place of that letter because they didn't note any such issues. And then the last document, CPA firms that are doing opinion audits have to disclose certain items to the governing board. So this fourth document is actually a letter addressed to you, the Board of Regents, where they would directly inform the board on certain matters related to conducting the audit, including any significant issues or difficulties that they had with management. They would also inform us here if they became aware that management was opinion shopping or doing something like that. This letter includes no such disclosures. Everything was very clean. This is a very successful first audit, and I told Dr. Lang this. I have to admit, it went even better than I anticipated. Usually whenever you have an entity that's undergoing a first audit, especially if their accounting staff have just taken over with the full set of accounting and reporting, you would expect some issues to arise, and there were none. So I want to compliment Sue, Dr. Lang, and your team for being well prepared for this audit, and it went very well. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Are there any questions or comments?
Good job.
Okay. The committee will now convene an executive session as authorized by sections 551.071, 551.074, and 551.076 of the Texas Government Code, and we'll move into the Red Raider Lounge for this portion of the meeting. In an open session, there were no action items to consider from executive session. And, Mr. Chairman, this now concludes the meeting of the Audit Committee.
All right, the meeting of the Board of Regents, the Texas Tech University system is now called to order. The board will now convene in executive session as authorized by sections 551071, 551072, and 551074 of the Texas Government Code. And we'll probably be in executive session for the rest of the day. board will now reconvene in open session. Regent Lancaster, are there any motions regarding executive session?
Sir, there are no motions.
Thank you. The meeting of the Board of Regents will now recess. The meeting of the board will reconvene on Friday, February 24th, 2017 at 8:30. No.